Good evening.
Councilmember Treens, Councilmember Stewart. We're all here. Okay, this is the City Council special meeting for Tuesday, April 13th, 2021. It's already the middle of April. And Lita, will you call the roll?
Mayor Karen Moran.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Christy Malcho.
Present.
Councilmember Ken Gamblin.
Present.
Councilmember Tom Odell.
Present.
Councilmember Chris Ross.
Present.
Councilmember Pamela Stewart. Councilmember Pamela Stewart.
Okay, it says her mic is on.
Okay. And Councilmember Kent Treen.
Present.
Okay, Councilmember Stewart, can you, we're not hearing you on this side, so I'm going to ask you to just say something back to us. Okay, as Councilmember Stewart goes out and comes back in, we're going to continue on. So for meeting accessibility, pursuant to the Governor's Emergency Proclamation 20-25, the city is unable to provide an in-person location for the public to listen to the virtual City Council meeting this evening. Meetings are still accessible to the public and public comment is able to be submitted. To view live, the city website is www.sammamish.us/TV21. There's the city YouTube and Comcast Channel 21 within the Sammamish only. To view later, meeting videos are available the day after the meeting on the city website, again at www.sammamish.us/TV21 on the YouTube and Comcast Channel 21 within Sammamish only. Pledge of Allegiance. Let's see. I was going to have Pam because she had that flag going on. How about Councilmember Odell? Would you lead us in the pledge?
Thank you. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. First up, we have the approval of the agenda. I'm looking for a motion.
So moved.
Do I need a second?
Second.
Excellent, thank you. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the approval of the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Excellent, thank you. Next, we have public comment. Again, pursuant to the Governor's Emergency Proclamation 20-25, the city is unable to provide an in-person location for the public to listen to the virtual City Council meeting this evening. Meetings are still accessible to the public and public comment is able to be submitted. Written public comment will be accepted until 5 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Submit your written comments by email to the city clerk at lhatchie@sammamish.us and the city council at citycouncil@sammamish.us. Up to 3 minutes of verbal public comment may be provided per person live during the meeting. Call the following number and input the access code when prompted by 6:30 p.m. the day of the meeting. The phone number, 1-571-317-3122. The access code of 929-348-197. Lita?
I see that we currently have 2 people who have called in to provide public comment tonight. I will unmute the callers in the order that they have joined the meeting. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear an automated voice say unmuted, and then you will have 3 minutes to provide comment. 15 seconds before your 3 minutes is complete, I will provide a time warning. At 3 minutes, you will be muted. Please start your comments by stating your name and the city that you live in for the record. I will now unmute the first caller. Caller number 1.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Paula Harper Christensen, a Sammamish resident for 34 years. First, may we acknowledge this ancestral land as we pay respect to the indigenous generations who contributed to the dreams that led us to this moment. Last week, a resolution passed that addresses racism toward our Asian community. I agree with Mayor Moran, who said, it's the least we can do. Right. It is the least. So I beg us to do more. Racism in Sammamish has been an enduring struggle where people of color are consistently left out. After spending the past 8 years with racial justice groups, I know that true allyship is serious work, not simply performative where we use token words or show up just to feel good. It is time Sammamish residents listen and take directions from our BIPOC and AAPI community. Weekly, I stand in solidarity on corners in Bellevue, Newcastle, and Renton with my AAPI brothers and sisters. We need to stand together in Sammamish. Recently, I saw a picture of Congresswoman Kim Schreier meeting with mayors in our 8th Congressional District to talk about how the American Rescue Plan will benefit our district. Funds are now available for rent, utility assistance, small businesses, water, sewer projects. However, I did not see Sammamish represented at that table. Also, I followed the campaigns of each person on council. I heard you speak of the need for city government transparency. Thank you. But at a meeting 2 weeks ago, I had heard a council member say, what happens in executive session stays in executive session. That is not transparency. Now, an inordinate amount of time has been spent to censure a council member. More money spent on legal fees to the attorney who represents the city, when a simple investigation regarding a benign comment could be sufficient. Our need is for council to turn the attention toward the real problems in our community: racism,
15
food
seconds.
insecurity, epidemic, drug use, 2 new Issaquah School District schools at Providence Heights, and our city budget is in need of urgent attention so that our blunders do not become our children's.
Thank you for calling in.
Caller number 2 is no longer on the line, so that concludes public comment for tonight.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we do not have executive session, so going right into our presentations this evening. The first up, we've got the North Sammamish Park and Ride, and I am not sure who's covering that this evening.
That'll be from Public Works will be leading that.
Okay, so Jeff, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council, and City Manager. Doug McIntyre, our transportation planner, will be leading the presentation, and he has guests also from Sound Transit as well. So, Doug, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you, Jeff. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, great, thank you. Give me a second while I find out how to share the screen. Okay.
It's on the bottom.
Okay, can everyone see it? Hopefully. Okay.
That looks good, Doug.
Great, thank you. Okay, so Good evening, everyone. My name is Doug McIntyre. I'm the transportation planner with the City of Sammamish. With us tonight are our friends from Sound Transit. We have Matthew Sheldon, who is the Deputy Executive Director for the Office of Planning and Innovation with Sound Transit. We have Bernard Vandekamp, who is the East Corridor Development Director and the Capital Project Development. With Bernard and Matt are Ariel Taylor and Lucian Bruno. Ariel is the Sound Transit Government and Community Relations Officer, and Lucian is the East Corridor Project Manager. We're going to be sharing the presentation tonight, and actually Bernard and Matt will take the bulk of the slides. I will intro the slides and then provide a closing final comments. So with that, let's see here. Okay, so the agenda tonight, we want to cover COVID-19 related impacts to Sound Transit's construction and ridership and service. We'll also talk about some of the new services opening for the Sound Transit light rail expansion between 2021 and 2024. Also importantly is discussion on the recession's impact to Sound Transit's revenues and project costs. This is resulting in something called the 2021 program realignment. And this process, as Matt and Bernard will explain in further detail later on, will result in a sort of a reshuffling of the ST2 and ST3 projects for Sound Transit. We'll end with just a quick overview of the status of the North Sammamish Park and Ride, which is the ST3 project that is directly benefiting Sammamish residents. And then just a note there, we wanted to just kind of say at the outset of this that site selection for the North Sammamish Park and Ride is not a focus of tonight's discussion. That'll be for future conversation. Before I hand it over to Matt and Bernard, I just want to kind of really clearly state the purpose. One of the main purposes of the presentation is really to get information from City Council and direction on whether or not the Council wants to send a letter to the Sound Transit Board advocating for certain outcomes of the project realignment process that Sound Transit is going through, particularly in relation to the North Sammamish Park and Ride. So keep that in mind as Bernard and Matt go through the following slides here. So with that, I'll turn it over to Matt and Bernard. Thank you.
All right. Well, good evening. Again, Matt Sheldon, Sound Transit. I'm one of the folks that is helping our board of directors through the realignment process, which I'm going to describe shortly. But before I go any further, can everybody hear me all right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. So before I get into realignment, I'm going to talk a little bit about what we have going on right now. We are currently under construction in a number of places around the Sound Transit District, which covers the urbanized portions of King, Pierce, and Snohomish counties. We are planning to open 28 new light rail stations over the next 4 years, and that construction is proceeding apace despite the pandemic. We're very excited last week to announce that our next light rail extension to Northgate will actually be opening on October 2nd of this year. Next slide, please. So Northgate's right there at the top. This gives you a list of the other projects that are underway. We have a 6-station extension going on with our Tacoma Link project out to the Hilltop neighborhood in Tacoma. East Link, which will connect the east side to Seattle across the I-90 floating bridge, will open 10 stations in 2023 out to Overlake. Linwood and Federal Way extensions will be both opening in 2024, and then we'll continue that East Link extension out to its terminus at downtown Redmond also in 2024. Along with that, we have an operations and maintenance facility, basically a train yard that's under construction and about ready to open this year over in Bellevue, and are building a garage project down in Puyallup. Next slide, please. So the pandemic has produced some challenges for us, and I want to just orient you very quickly to sort of what we have seen. So as the pandemic hit last spring, we saw a pretty precipitous decline in ridership across the system. We're down about 70 to 80% on our entire system. That's Link, Sounder, Commuter Rail, and ST Express Bus. I would say that it pretty much bottomed out last summer, and since then it has been fairly stable, but we are beginning to see a little bit of creep up in our ridership numbers. People are beginning to come back to the system already. We have some ST Express bus routes that have been running basically at their full service levels throughout the pandemic, others that are running on partial service, and still others that have been suspended because of low ridership. We're also operating long trains wherever we can to promote social distancing on the train services for light rail and commuter rail that we operate. Next slide, please. So now let me shift gears and talk a little bit about realignment and what that means. So last spring, as the pandemic hit, we began to see the effects of an economic recession in the region. Not surprising. And one of the things that Sound Transit is required to do is that when our program becomes unaffordable as a result of something like a recession, we need to step back, take a look at it, and see how it needs to be adjusted to get it back into the affordable range. So I'll talk more about the details of that in a moment, but I want to orient you to where Sound Transit's money comes from. You can see that we're pretty heavily sales tax dependent. We've had 3 voter-approved system plans in our history. 1996 was Sound Move, 2008 with the ST2 package, and then in 2016 the voters approved ST3. And when they did that, they also approved the funding sources, the local tax sources, if you will. So we've had 3 sales tax measures that have built on each other. We also do levy motor vehicle excise tax on autos within the district, otherwise known as car tabs. With the ST3 package in 2016, the first piece of property tax was introduced to the program. It's fairly small relative to your overall property tax bill, but it is there. But then importantly, we also receive dollars primarily from the federal government through grants. We have farebox revenues that come in from riders riding the system, and we have the ability to issue debts to help finance our program over time. Next slide. So there have been some challenges, as I said. Lower revenue is one of those. Lower sales tax in particular is something that has been an occurrence throughout the pandemic. We are starting to see some glimmers of hope there, and we are going to be updating our financial plan this month with some updated projections, so we'll see where that stands on the revenue side at that point. We are also seeing challenges on the cost side, and many of the projects that we have under development, primarily for the ST3 program, have now reached a point where we have done enough design to really begin to zero in on what the realistic costs may appear to be for these projects. And that became apparent as we moved into last fall, and unfortunately we began to see some pretty significant cost pressures on the program, primarily due to the continued growth in property values. The right-of-way that we need to acquire to support our projects has remained very expensive and has even gotten more so, and the hot construction market. There is still a lot of building going on in the region, and finding construction resources is competitive and fairly expensive. Next slide, please. So this is kind of the bottom line of where we stand. We've got a current projection out through the life of our program, which runs out through 2041, that has a forecast of about $6 billion less in revenue than pre-pandemic. And we're seeing cost pressures across the whole program of about $12 billion. So there's essentially an $18 billion problem there. However, we do have some offsets. We have remaining debt capacity that we can tap, and we are now assuming higher grant revenues as a result of the size of the program growing proportionally larger. So when you take those into account, about $7 billion of offsets, we've got about an $11.5 billion affordability gap to deliver the entire voter-approved program on the same timeline that the voters approved back in 2016. Next slide, please. So the board of directors has several tools at its disposal to try to address those problems. The first is cutting cost. And there are different ways to do that. They can take a look at amending the scopes of projects, basically determining which elements to keep and which they might be willing to give up in order to reduce costs. There are also options for the board to suspend projects or even cancel them outright if they deem it necessary to balance the program. They're also looking very hard, though, at raising additional revenues, and this is a bit of a bright spot. We are looking at opportunities, particularly with the federal government, to bring additional dollars to the program through federal transportation packages that are being discussed and stimulus and American CARES Act receipts that are being moved through the process by the Biden administration. So there may be additional dollars that come into the program from those sources. And then finally, the board has the option, rather than canceling projects or beginning to reduce scope, they can also look at delaying projects or building them in phases. And this is a tool that the board has used in the past when we've faced challenges. They have stretched out timelines of projects and built them in pieces to better match the cash flow and financial capacity of the agency. Next slide. So that's a pretty quick overview of kind of what the problem is and what the potential solutions look like. The board has been engaged in this realignment process for some time. We're in the middle of work from the beginning of the year. Essentially, they began to look at the options that are available to them in different scenarios for how to address that. This month, as I mentioned, we will be updating the financial plan with new revenue projections as well as updated cost assumptions. And I should have mentioned that one of the actions the board took last fall when those cost increases began to become apparent was that they hired an independent outside cost review consultant to take a look at the methods that we use at Sound Transit to estimate the costs of projects and advise us about whether there are improvements we can make in that process and whether or not our current estimates are reasonable. The board received in March the first results of that analysis, and the basic conclusion was that for the stage of development that our projects are at, that they examined, that our estimates are within the reasonable range to be expected at the level of design that's been completed. But there is more work to do there, and the board is very interested in continuing to have us scrub these projects and find opportunities for cost savings. So all of that will be discussed here this month. We are also engaged in a stakeholder outreach process. We just opened an online survey yesterday that is open through April 30th. You can find the link to that on the Sound Transit website, and we are seeking public comment about people's opinions about which tools we should bring to bear to solve the realignment problem. In May, we would expect to bring that public feedback back to the board, and they will then consider that as they develop priorities for how to realign the program. And they are on a trajectory to, by midsummer, make some decisions about what they need to do with the program to bring it back into the realm of affordability over the remaining time frame of the program. So with that, let me stop and see what kinds of questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Okay, Council, do we have, I'm looking in the chat box and I don't see anything, but Council, do we have questions at this time? Councilmember Gamblin.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for that explanation. Any chance you could give us a ballpark or a percentage or some way of having insight into what the chance is that the park and ride is going to go forward with delays, what the delay would be, chance of cancellation? Any metrics for us at all?
I can't really opine on what the board will choose to do with that project or any other project in the program specifically. I would note that as part of the conversations they've been having, in January, the board held a workshop where they reviewed the performance of all of the projects in the program against a set of criteria that they identified last year to help them through the realignment process that take into account things like projected ridership, how well the projects connect designated urban centers, how well they balance socioeconomic equity, and a number of other factors. And all of that information was made available to the board, and they are weighing that as they continue their discussions. But to date, the board has not given any indication of how they may choose to prioritize the program going forward. So I can't really say much about the specifics of either the Park and Ride project or any other project in the program at this time.
You got it. I didn't think so, but I thought I'd take a shot. But understood your position on that. We are possibly looking at doing some kind of correspondence to the board to let them know our thoughts. Do you feel the board has a very good idea or a good idea on what Sammamish would like, or do you feel that some kind of correspondence with them, a letter or something, would be a benefit?
Hard to know exactly. We have 18 board members from all around the district, including the State Secretary of Transportation, and hard to say exactly what they may have digested at this point. So I don't think there's any harm in certainly expressing your views as a city to the board of directors. I would note that Sammamish falls in our East King County sub-area, and that's represented by several members of our board, Councilmember Prince from Renton, Mayor Baker from Kenmore, and King County Councilmember Claudia Balducci. So those may be reasonable first stops, but by all means, feel free to communicate with the board directly.
You got it. Hey, thanks again for your help. We appreciate you coming in.
Sure.
Councilmember Odell. I have you on mute.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, okay. How's this? Is this better?
Much better.
Okay, good. 3 questions. The first one is, do you have any kind of feel at all for what you might be able to get from President Biden's infrastructure plan? And would this partially offset or maybe totally offset your $12.3 billion shortfall?
Well, I think we're feeling pretty bullish that there will be some dollars from that program that could flow to Sound Transit, just based on what we're aware of is in the package and kind of the history of how we've done overall with federal grants. It's too early to say exactly how much that might be. There are a couple of ways dollars might flow. There may be specific allocations to specific projects or agencies like Sound Transit. There may also be formula funding that flows our direction through the Puget Sound Regional Council. Whether that will be large enough to, put a big dent in the gap that we have, again, too early to say, but I think any improvement on the revenue side will be welcome news. As I said, we've got a fairly large cost challenge in front of us, and there are ways to begin to bring those costs down as well, but that's going to take some time to understand. So how it actually all balances out, yet to be seen, but we do expect a full update from our finance department this month at the board of directors, and you'll be able to understand kind of what the affordability gap looks like at that time with all of those things taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And I can appreciate the fact that there are a lot of unknowns out there right now. Second question, and you may have covered this before. If you have, I apologize, but I've recently joined the council again. And I'm curious as to what your current cost estimate is for the Sammamish Park and Ride.
I'm going to defer that question, maybe look to Bernard, if you could answer that one.
Absolutely. We have a representative allowance for a $20 million park and ride. Be happy to walk through that in some detail in the once some of the questions for Matt are complete, but that is our starting assumption is $20 million maximum.
Okay, well, that's fine for now. Third question is really not a question necessarily for Sound Transit, but maybe better for our own staff. The current favorite site is the Central Washington campus, and I've not seen the latest site plan for that, but I was very involved in bringing Central to Sammamish, And one of the big selling points there was the expansion capability of that site, specifically onto the lawn in front of the current building, which is actually a hard-packed area. Where would you be building this structure? Or, well, it's not a structure, it's going to be a ground level parking lot, I guess. And also, what does this do to the current use of the facility by the Microsoft commuter program?
Doug, you want to take that?
Yeah, I can go ahead and take that. Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Odell. So Doug McIntyre again. So you're right that that front area was sort of identified as a future expansion area for the facility when it was built. That is something that's definitely going to be looked into further. At this point in time, the project has not progressed far enough to have any plans. They have conceptual sketches of what a parking lot might look like, but we don't know enough at this point. And on top of that, it hasn't been, no site has been selected, so they haven't, they being Sound Transit, has not put a whole lot of substantive work into developing plans because we're still focusing on the process to narrow it down. But you are right that the Central Washington site was the site that scored the highest on the screening process that Sound Transit has formed in conjunction with staff. So,
okay, I just want to remind you, we have sort of an implied commitment to Central on that one.
Yes, and so on that point, we've been working with our Parks Director who also manages facilities and is sort of overseeing that contract with Central Washington. So we're actually in the middle of trying to schedule an update meeting with them in the coming weeks. So we'll be working with Anjali Meyer on that to make sure we have good communication there.
Okay. And probably need to communicate with Central as well on what their long-range intentions might be, if they even know at this point in time.
Yes, that's what I was referring to. We will be meeting with Central Washington, their leadership.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Okay, next I have Councilmember Tree.
Yeah, so my question's about the pie graph or chart that you showed, and the 5% on property tax, you said also was this is a new piece of the pie. So I'm taking this to understand this is all of your revenue sources. And so I'm just curious, what is the, I guess, the dollar amount per thousand on a home in Sammamish, anywhere, right? I guess it would be in any city.
You know, we'll have to get back to you on the exact percentage. I know when I looked at my own property tax bill, it's a fairly small component of the overall property tax levy. It makes up 5% of Sound Transit's revenues, but we're not levying at a 5% rate, if that makes sense. So we could follow up and get you the exact rate.
I'd appreciate that, especially if we're going to send a letter out to and just say, you know, our residents are spending X amount of dollars to get the benefit of light rail, which isn't in our city, which is fine. It would be in Redmond and then in 2041 in Issaquah. We technically have the benefit of it. It's just that it's not actually in our city. And when we're paying for something, yeah, you get my drift. So I'd like to see that information, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, next I have Councilmember Stewart, followed by Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Quick question. You talked about, you know, kind of the at the peak of the decline in ridership, it was around 70 to 80%. Do you know how that compares to the decline in overall traffic? Do you feel like ridership dipped more than overall traffic, or about the same?
Everything that I have seen suggests, you know, transit ridership is down significantly more than general purpose traffic on the freeways, for instance. And I think as the pandemic has worn on, we've actually seen traffic levels begin to crawl back up closer to normal. I don't think they're quite there yet. But, you know, particularly one of the reasons that we saw such a strong fall off in ridership is a lot of our commuter routes that are oriented to people heading into the office. That demand really began to shrink pretty quickly, and it has stayed shrunk. A lot of us are working, as we're doing right now, remotely. And until we begin to see major employers begin to come back and bring their offices back online, before the University of Washington is back in session with a lot of people actually attending class in person, excuse me, we expect to continue to see some depression in ridership, but we are beginning to prepare for an eventual return of those riders.
Excellent. I know we can't really predict any kind of funding from the infrastructure plan because that's pretty early in Congress, but are you expecting any funding from the American Rescue Plan at this point?
Yes, we are, and that money, I believe, has already been allocated and is working its way through the Puget Sound Regional Council, so there will be some funding relief for us there, but I can't quote exactly how much that is.
Okay, but that would eat into the $11.5 billion.
Yes, it will definitely help.
Okay, and I know we're not really talking about the siting, but I know last time we got information on the siting, there had been a proposal put forth to Sound Transit that had not been incorporated in the scoring for the sites. Will that be considered before a site is selected, like a public-private partnership proposal?
I can jump in on that. So thank you, Councilmember Stewart. This is Doug McIntyre again. I think you're referring to the unsolicited proposal submitted by a developer in the town center. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, Ariel, would you be able to? I know you've worked probably the closest on that. Is that?
Yeah, no problem. Actually, Bernard looked like he was jumping at the bit, so we're just going to pass the baton.
I'm sorry, Bernard. My fault.
No problem. I'll just have to pass it over to Lucian next, and we'll have a complete circle. But the short answer is that we have narrowed down to a number of potential sites, and you're correct. We did receive a unsolicited proposal from the STCA developers. It is something that we continue to consider. For the past year, we have been essentially on hold on developing the park and ride, but we do look forward to working with this city council on when we're able to move forward with this project and take all of these into consideration. So that's about where it stands. We've had a lot on hold for some time now.
That makes sense. Along with Councilmember Odell, do look forward to kind of hearing what comes out of the conversations with Central Washington, because I do hope we'll take into consideration, other potential uses, for all of the property in the general area to make sure we're making really good long-term decisions, because whatever we build here, and things like Central Washington and all that are decisions that are going to have 20, 30, maybe even 40-year implications for the entire community. So I hope that all of that factors into those scores. And sorry about the dog. He's very passionate about this topic. So,
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So I do have a question relative to how much some Amish taxpayers have paid into Sound Transit 3 thus far. So, and to answer Councilmember Treen's question, it's 1.86% of your property tax bill in the Issaquah School District. Does anyone know how much some Amish has paid in thus far?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I don't think we have that figure off the tops of our heads, but we could certainly find out for you.
That would be helpful, I think, to demonstrate how much our taxpayers are contributing to the overall projects, so that we can use that information, in our letter when we ask for support for moving our park and ride forward. So that would be good to get. Thank you.
Okay, Council, do we have any other questions? Oh, Councilmember Stewart.
Sorry, I was distracted by the dog earlier. One thing, as you guys are looking at kind of the projects going forward, are you also potentially, like, is it just about whether we do a project or we delay a project, or are you looking at, might there be different projects that you would do, like swapping out more service or something like that?
So the board has, some authority to make modifications to the program, but there are limits to that. They can't sort of get rid of a project that the voters approved and replace it with something else that isn't directly related. So, we'll have to see where the board goes with its conversation, but all indications right now are that they want to work within the construct of what the voters approved and try to deliver as much of that program as quickly as possible as they possibly can.
Excellent. Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So I was a little remiss when I ended my remarks. We do have a few more slides to talk specifically about the Park and Ride project. Would this be a good time to transition to those? And I'll certainly stick around if you have further questions about the realignment.
Absolutely.
Great. So Bernard, is this you?
It is. Thank you, Matt. So good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Bernard Van de Kamp, the East Corridor Development Director, and it appears that many of you have a very good idea of what is going on with the North Sammamish Park and Ride, but nevertheless, I do want to provide a general overview and where we've been, where we're going. Just for some grounding here, the North Sammamish Park and Ride is part of the Sound Transit 3 plan. It was intended prior to COVID to be delivered in 2024 as a package of early deliverables on the east side, including the downtown Redmond link extension with the 1,400 stall parking garage at Marymore, the completion of the bus rapid transit network on I-405 and 522, and then, and of course, the North Sammamish Park and Ride. The park and ride was defined in the plan as being in North Sammamish. That was about as far as the description went, other than it will be up to 200 surface parking stalls, so not underground or in a structure, but for budgetary assumptions, a surface lot. And that budget at the time of the ST3 package was $20 million. So we set out to work on this project several years ago by working with city staff and the community to take a look at all of the possibilities, and in order to guide our work and analysis in trying to identify good sites, we did establish some initial criteria that to first off be near the city's main transit corridor, which is 228th and Sahali Way. And we do want to be within about a quarter of a mile of that. And I know the staff report includes a map that shows the area that we honed in on for our analysis. I'd also note on that map on portions of the city of Sammamish are outside of the Sound Transit district. So we are limiting our potential sites to be within the Sound Transit taxing district. Generally, we have looked at this as we want to be north of Southeast 8th Street. We identified in our initial screening about 15 sites, and by working with the community and the city, narrowed those down to 3. And that included the Central Washington University site and 2 private developers' sites, including STCA. I'd also note that part of our potential site identification was to avoid as many impacts to the natural environment and to the built environment as possible. and also to really focus on developable parcels. Stay away from extremely steep slopes that would require a lot of groundwork and that sort of thing. So that's really what got us to where we are today. And as I mentioned earlier, we have had this project essentially on hold for about a year as our board has decided to essentially pause any new commitments or major expenditures. If we can go to the next slide, I'll dive into that a little bit more. Looking back about a year, again, we have these 3 sites that are on the table right now, and our intention is to work with the city on coming to a mutual agreement on which is the preferred site, and work with the city also to resolve some of the issues that we've heard about. Could this be a joint development? Are there potentials for a partnership here if development is a priority? You know, if there are civic developments that would coincide with our park and ride. So there are some issues to talk through and resolve. But once we settle in on a preferred site, our intention is to enter into a formal partnering agreement with the city that defines the roles and responsibilities relative to the project. That will be particularly important as we advance along and move towards permitting. And of course, as I mentioned, if we do enter into a joint development, each party will have significant responsibilities. Assuming that we get to that point in the near term after the Sound Transit realignment, we would want to pursue the project with an environmental review and start to do some of those layouts that Councilmember Odell was referring to. What is the site layout? What are the project elements? Transit information, lighting, landscaping. We want to make sure that we satisfy city development requirements and so on. So we tend to advance the early engineering simultaneously with our environmental so that we know exactly what our impacts might be or lack thereof. And during that environmental process, we certainly want to work very closely with the community so that this asset will reflect what the community needs and what it prefers. So we really look at that as a collaborative process where we're working with all of you, your staff, and the community to make sure we get it right. Another council member noted earlier that this is a long-term project. These are very permanent. So we want to make sure we get it right when we get out there and start building it. So that process, which would be the next after the partnering agreement and after realignment, we would want to get through the environmental process, make sure that we have good, solid agreement on what the project will be, and then we would take that to the Sound Transit Board to seek authorization to continue into final design and ultimately construction. So that's kind of our process looking ahead. As I mentioned, we are on hold right now, pending the outcome of the capital program realignment process that Matt described. And depending on how that turns out, we will have more clarity on exactly how this project will proceed and when. And then we would like to pick up where we left off about a year ago. So I'll keep it brief, but I know there is another slide that I believe Doug wanted to cover, which is the actions that the council may take this evening. So thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Bernard, and thank you, Matt. I'm going to take it across the finish line, and then we'll open it up to council for further conversation. So this last slide here is just kind of wrapping it up, kind of circling back to the one of the early slides where I indicated the purpose of the presentation was to talk to council about how do we, as a city, want to advocate for any preferred outcomes of the program realignment that Sound Transit is going through. So, you know, this is also in your agenda bill, but just to kind of lay it out there, there's, as we see it, kind of two simple options. We can choose to write a letter to the Sound Transit Board and hope that they can consider it in their program realignment. If that is chosen, staff will need direction on contents and substance of the letter. We can draft a letter and come back to council at a future council date and get further concurrence on it. We can also take a wait-and-see approach where we would monitor the progress in the realignment talks and then report back to council as needed. So with that, I'll open it up and thank you.
Okay, in the chat box, Councilmember Ross.
Thank you. I have to ask this regarding costs for it's a surface lot or a surface parking space, and it's got 200 spaces, and it costs $20 million. That's $100,000 per space. And just using a point of reference, and you can help me understand what engineering drives the cost so high, is my neighbor just had a full driveway with fancy brick inlay for about $40,000. So $100,000 per space. What is the complexity of the construction of a surface lot that drives the cost so high?
I would respond with, we are certainly hopeful that we can bring it in for much less than that. Our allocation here or allowance accounts for all of the property acquisition, the actual design and grading of the site, and the paving and lighting and all of the other equipment that is required of a park and ride. So if taking the South Sammamish Park and Ride as an example, that is the kind of a good example of what a surface park and ride lot would look like. Typically, they would also include features such as bicycle parking, maybe a kiosk that has information about the transit that is available at the site and so forth. So we certainly are striving to come in below that budget, but that was merely a allocation, or for lack of a better term, the assumption in the overall ST3 plan. We have not developed engineering and design to the point where we have well-refined cost estimates at this point.
So that begs the question on the central location. Maybe Doug can help. Is there a plan to use that property or acquire property there?
Yeah, I think that's a question that we haven't had a whole lot of talks on, only because there's still a lot of variables involved, and a site hasn't formally been selected. But there are potentially a few different options we can go down. We just don't have enough information on it yet.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. That's it for me.
Thanks. Just to answer Steph's question, yes, I think we should send a letter in support of this element from the Sound Transit 3 package. Our residents have been paying for Sound Transit projects, and this was one that we fought hard for to have included in Sound Transit 3. And frankly, if we don't end up with that surface area lot, the reality of getting our residents down to the Marymore platform and then much later on down into Issaquah kind of vaporized. They're going to go in their single occupancy vehicle. So I think it would be critical for us to write a letter to support that element of the Sound Transit 3 package.
Thank you, Councilmember. Or Deputy Mayor, sorry.
Councilmember Treen?
Yeah, our taxpayers may be okay with a delay, but we would be disheartened and would object to a removal of the project. So, I mean, we received some benefit, but I'd say it's a little benefit from light rail. And so the only benefit we have is this park and ride for our taxpayers, the money that we're going to invest into the ST program. So a letter would be definitely appropriate, not interested in waiting and seeing. We should send something and be a little proactive and be advocates for our residents and our taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Trini.
And then I wanted to basically say the same thing, is that on behalf of the residents, I think that we should write a letter. Waiting and seeing doesn't seem like a good option. I think we need to be advocates for sending a letter and, making sure that the thoughts are known that, yes, indeed, we do still want to see one go in here. And I want to go as far as saying, that I think we should reiterate the order of which, how we ranked where we wanted to see them go as well. So what was our first choice, et cetera. And Councilmember Stewart?
Yeah, I would agree. I think we should definitely write a letter. I would say that my personal preference would be that we write a letter just advocating for the need for public transit, and that a park and ride in the north end of the city will definitely help, given that 2024 is when the north end residents will have access to the light rail. I would advocate for, in terms of locations, if we're going to mention that, it should be the best long-term investment, and where we can get the most spaces for the best value to our residents, and where we get the most traffic. So I know that the site selection isn't complete, so I'm not sure that we should be weighing in on a specific site, but just reiterating what our goals are for a site, which would be, again, what's the best value to our taxpayers? Where will they be able to get the most? Where will we be able to get the most riders and the most transit going from that park and ride to key locations, particularly to the light rail station at Marymore? So that would be where I would prefer that we focus at, because I think there's still a lot more investigation to do in terms of the sites, and I'm not sure we have all of the information. So reiterating our goals might be the best way to go there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Stewart.
Councilmember Gamblin?
Yeah, I support my fellow council members, the mayor and the deputy mayor, in communicating to the board our desire to have this park and ride still on the agenda for those folks and to get it here for our residents. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Odell?
Well, I too think we should go on record with a letter. I'm still wondering about the contents of the letter. We may have to have further discussion on that particular issue. I would also like for us to keep all options on the table as to location. I know that we've kind of down-selected to the central site. That may or may not be feasible, as we may find out. But the question is, really, there's a paucity of locations on the north end right now. So nothing is going to be perfect. But I think before anyone puts a shovel in the ground to start building this project, we need to be very certain that that is really where we want it. I'm in favor of something a little further north. I'm not sure that the town center is the right location either, because that'll just compound the traffic in the town center, which is not what we want to do. So that's my 2 bits on it, but I'm in support of sending a letter. Contents to be determined. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't see anything else in the chat box, but I think everybody's in agreement on at least sending the letter, and the contents to be decided at a later time.
Thank you, Mayor.
Doug, is your goal to bring the letter back to council like in May sometime?
Hopefully sooner than that. I think we can draft something relatively quickly and circulate it for review before that. But if council wants to discuss it in a future meeting, we can do that as well.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, moving on, the agenda.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Nice presentation.
Our pleasure. Thanks for having us.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys.
Have a good evening.
That's right.
Karen, I'm going to have to leave and come back in again for a minute. I got a problem here.
You'd like what? I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
I'm going to have to leave and then come back in again.
Okay.
I have a problem here. I have to go.
Okay. Okay, and I believe, David Pyle, you have our next. Is that correct? All right.
Good evening, Mayor. David Pyle, Community Development. Tonight I am here with Jeff Elks from Public Works. We together will be presenting to the Council an update on the Providence Heights campus, the Issaquah School District's Providence Heights campus, proposed elementary school number 17 and proposed high school number 4. It's the combined campus.
Okay, let's hold on until we can get council member, till he comes back up on screen. I don't want him to miss any of the presentations, so you don't have to go backwards.
Mayor, I don't know if he was coming right back. He said he had a problem at his house, so I'm not sure.
Oh, in his house. Oh, here he is. He's arrived. Okay.
He said he had a problem. Oh, there he is. He's back.
Okay, excellent. Carry on.
Yes, I'm back.
Great. So for the benefit of Councilmember Odell, this next item, number 2 on the agenda, is the status update on the Issaquah School District's proposed Providence Heights campus, proposed elementary school number 17 and high school number 4. The project update will include a brief overview of the City of Issaquah permit review status, right-of-way permit submittal, SEPA threshold determination issuance, stormwater management, and the biggest topic of the evening is the city's third-party transportation analysis review. As the council is aware, and as has been outlined in tonight's agenda bill on this topic, the City of Issaquah is the primary permit authority for the school site development. Permit applications, including building permits, are under review with the City of Issaquah. No hearing dates have been set by Issaquah yet. The city is still in review and working with the school district to resolve final design issues and ensure compliance with the city's codes. The city of Sammamish role in review of the combined school campus is with regard to right-of-way permit review for development of the new required intersection, frontage and pedestrian amenities, and any stormwater that will be associated with that frontage or right-of-way development. The city of Sammamish does also have a role in transportation analysis, as the project site is fed by city streets, and these additional trips may have impact on the city's transportation network. As of yet, the school district has not submitted right-of-way permit. However, the school district has been working proactively and collaboratively with city staff. However, this engagement has occurred informally, what we as a city consider informally, through email channels and through online meetings and coordination. This has given us the opportunity to review reports, draft reports that the district has put together. However, formal review, which typically happens in a right-of-way permit, has not yet commenced, as the district has not submitted application. They've indicated that they've held off on that because they wanted to ensure that the project design was refined to a point where it was ready for submittal. So we are looking forward to receiving that right-of-way permit application. As of yet, it has not been submitted. With regard to SEPA review, the district serves in its own SEPA authority. This is outlined in tonight's agenda bill. They have their own SEPA adopting code as part of the school district. The school district has not yet issued a SEPA threshold determination, although they have indicated they would prefer to issue the SEPA threshold determination just as soon as possible, as is within the intent of SEPA, with the environmental review happening as early in the process as possible. They've indicated that they wanted to hold off on issuing it up till now to make sure that the documentation that went along with it was complete. The city of Sammamish has had opportunity to review the draft checklist. We have provided feedback to them on certain elements in the checklist, and we have indicated that we would like to see closure on our transportation analysis and some other stormwater issues that we had raised during our review of the draft checklist. To date, the Issaquah School District has not issued a SEPA threshold determination, and as I mentioned, they are anticipating doing that shortly. With regard to stormwater management, this is one of the topics of the council's past letter that was dated as, I believe, September 4th, 2020. Stormwater is a big topic here because the project is located both in the city of Issaquah jurisdictional boundaries and within the city of Sammamish jurisdictional boundaries. There are two different sets of stormwater rules that apply to the project. The Issaquah School District's design team has been working to design the project so that it meets the city of Issaquah's stormwater rules in that portion that is within the city of Issaquah, and that it meets the city of Sammamish rules for that portion that is located in the city of Sammamish. We did ask the school district for clarification with a simple question of, are all flows intending to stay, and has the project been designed to keep all flows in their historic basins? And the school district responded that yes, all flows will be kept in their historic basins. They are not looking at rediverting water from one basin to another. That was their response. We will be looking to follow up on this as part of the right-of-way permit review when we do receive the final draft stormwater plans that go along with the right-of-way construction permits. And we will be looking to see that this is, in fact, the case with the final reports that are submitted to the city of Issaquah, just to ensure that flows that are entering into what becomes city of Sammamish aquatic resources are being maintained, and there are no unintended impacts or consequences to the city's aquatic resources. Now we're moving into the city third-party transportation analysis review. We have Victor Solomon from Transportation Solutions here tonight to present to you a overview of their findings. There are three areas of focus on remaining issues: non-motorized and pedestrian connectivity, traffic signal and pedestrian operations, and current and future school district boundaries. I'll turn it over to Jeff Elks in the Public Works Department, our Public Works Director, and Victor Solomon from Transportation Solutions to complete this portion of the presentation and answer any questions that the council might have on this topic.
David, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mayor, council members, and city manager, as we all know, the corridor on 228 is a very heavily traveled corridor, and there are numerous schools already in the corridor, as we all know our community very well. Adding another one presents some unique challenges as we move forward with this project. To help better understand the traffic impacts, and given the huge turnover we've had in the Public Works Department in our transportation group, we believed it was prudent to bring on Transportation Solutions, Inc., who's doing our modeling work now for the city, and have them take a look at this from an independent perspective and make sure that we have dotted the I's and crossed the T's in terms of impacts that we see. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Victor for a walkthrough of those three key areas. Victor? You're muted.
I am. Trying to be quiet. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Nice to be speaking with you again. I'm going to share a very simple image here. So we reviewed the two versions of the traffic impact analysis prepared by the school district's consultants. The latest being prepared in February 2021 in a response to city comments. And David pointed out the three major concerns that we had with the analysis. One was pedestrian access and continuity. We'll start with that. This image shows, here's the existing Providence Point facility. This first lower star is the location of the proposed main site access to the both high school and elementary school. The next star to the north, Southeast 40th Street and 228th Avenue Southeast. And that's really the first point at which we would expect bicycles and pedestrians from these subdivisions to the east to begin to access the existing schools. At this point, there are no real effective non-motorized facilities on 228th Avenue from the proposed school access pretty much all the way to the fringe of the intersection of Issaquah, Pine Lake, and 228th Avenue. That roadway section is primarily a shoulder section with some spot improvements at the intersection. The district's analysis suggested that their pedestrian and non-motorized access would be on the west side of 228th Avenue, and they are proposing to improve their frontage of 228th Avenue Southeast to a 5-lane road section, 2 lanes northbound, 2 lanes southbound, an additional southbound right turn only lane at their driveway, and their traffic analysis shows the need for 2 left turn lanes northbound into their facility. Given that their access is located on the west side, however, of 228th Avenue, there is no way for bicycles or pedestrians to get to that proposed facility from Southeast 40th, and there are no facilities north of Southeast 40th, even with these improvements for those non-motorized trips to occur. Further, a pedestrian crossing at their main access signal, so I'm going to switch images. This is what that expanded 228th Avenue would look like. This a little. So again, their frontage improvements stop just shy of Southeast 40th. This crosswalk effectively would go across the street to essentially nothing, no sidewalk on that side of the street, no way to get to those neighborhoods east of 228th Avenue to the schools. And by stopping short here, just short of Southeast 40th, and the fact there's no adequate crossing existing or proposed at Southeast 40th, we can't get pedestrians to the west side. So that was one of the primary discussion points we had with them. If you're going to provide a non-motorized route to not only for the students, but for staff that might want to choose to commute with something other than a vehicle, or other nearby residents that just want to access facilities at the school, it's an incomplete non-motorized connection. That then brings us to the operations of the whole corridor, Southeast 43rd Street in Issaquah, up to the proposed intersection and through Southeast 40th Street. The traffic impact analysis focused primarily on the access to the school. I'm sure you're aware that the city of Issaquah has a lot of development going on just south of this location. The character and the width and function of 228 Southeast 43rd Way is changing. We've asked for a more detailed analysis on how operationally the combination of student drivers, senior drivers, and school buses weaving back and forth across Southeast 43rd and 228th between these intersections is going to operate once it gets to the school access. Buses and vehicles perform differently, especially on grades. This intersection is at the end of a 11% uphill grade, so the buses are going to go much slower than the vehicles. When we pointed this out to the school district, they mentioned the option of establishing a 20-mile-an-hour school zone. That is extremely uncommon to propose on a principal arterial with a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit. and especially without the school actually fronting on the road. School zones are intended for those areas where a more urban setting, a low-speed setting already, where we may be slowing traffic from 35 or 30 to 20, not necessarily 40 to 20 on a heavy commuter route. The other combination non-motorized and vehicular issue is Southeast 40th and this collection of residential streets that actually connect to Issaquah Pine Lake Road. Our first problem is, again, this is the logical pedestrian route to get to either school. Providing adequate level of service to that intersection is a challenge, and providing a pedestrian crossing is a challenge. The current mitigation that the district has proposed looks like this. In this case, north is to the right. Southeast 40th is at the bottom of this intersection. This is often called a flying T or a Florida T intersection. It is stop controlled with the intent that vehicles leaving Southeast 40th would only have to contend with northbound traffic. They would make a left turn across the intersection, essentially into their own lane. Again, not a pedestrian-friendly area at all. That would not function safely for a pedestrian crossing with this kind of configuration. And it's not consistent with your ultimate plans for the 228th Avenue corridor. The other thing that happens at this intersection, when we look at mitigation, another alternative mitigation could be a traffic signal. If a traffic signal is chosen as the mitigation at this location, it generates a cut-through traffic demand. So this, when signalizing this location, this becomes a very nice shortcut compared to going all the way up to Issaquah Pine Lake Road and down to 228. I'm not sure if any of you have discovered that shortcut or not. I have talked to some people casually that are aware of it. Signalizing it would exacerbate it and likely require some significant traffic calming in that corridor, very proactive management of the signal timing to make sure it doesn't become too attractive a cut-through route. And that the school district's current forecast and our traffic modeling generates similar numbers, is that the current AM peak hour left turn volume at the intersection of Southeast 40th and 228 is about 40 cars an hour. So that's that AM peak during the commute. With the construction of both schools, that would increase to, in their estimate, 140 cars an hour, and our estimate even higher, because our model is seeing that the potential for that short circuiting of the system. And so that community neighborhood would experience a 300% increase in traffic volumes, as well as that being, again, mixing it with the logical non-motorized access to the school. So we want to have additional discussion and thought about how that intersection is mitigated, potentially allowing it to remain unsignalized, but improving it enough so that left turns can function safely, and then providing a non-motorized facility, full bike lanes and sidewalks on the east side of 228. So you would basically get a fully complete street from their access, both sides of the roadway improved to your city standards, up to and past Southeast 40th to the north enough so that the intersection functions could be an alternative to a traffic signal at that location. The other part of our analysis where we disagreed slightly with the district, we're going to look at the modeling again. They provided some boundaries for the proposed elementary school and high school. Those boundaries are not currently fixed. The board will establish them later. We also asked for proposed bus routing. They said, well, until the board establishes the actual boundaries of both schools, they don't know exactly where the buses will be going from. So we kind of have a very fluid situation in terms of trying to actually plan for traffic. We allowed our travel demand model to capture the same percentages of trips from the schools that they identified in their traffic study. They estimate that 57% of the students currently attending Sunny Hills would be going to the new elementary school. So again, that kind of coincides with this potential cut through happening. And almost 50% of the students attending the new high school would come from Skyline. And that's where boundaries become really important. The intersection of 228th Avenue Southeast and Issaquah Pine Lake Road is one of your near failing intersections. It is at its capacity limit. Any of you that drive through it in the AM peak have probably experienced that. Its configuration is such that northbound traffic in the AM actually has quite a bit of capacity. If you're going northbound towards Skyline in the AM to go to school, this intersection works pretty well. It's got excess capacity going northbound. It only has a single lane going through the intersection southbound, which is already pretty much filled up with commuters. If we begin to turn traffic around in the Pine Lake area to where students are now approaching the new high school southbound, we're trying to put more traffic into that single lane. And if we are diverting students from the east side of 228th Avenue Southeast, they're actually getting into this left turn lane, which is the other critical movement in this intersection. The combination of the westbound to southbound left and the southbound through are what establish the poor LOS at this intersection. That's where we have a lack of capacity. This was, again, not a surprise because this intersection has been on the brink of failure for a while. And all these issues kind of work together to, what you do at Issaquah Pine Lake affects how much cut-through traffic you have here. The mitigation at Southeast 40th affects how much cut-through traffic you have here. Whether we provide non-motorized facilities on both sides of 228th determines whether we need a crossing at Southeast 40th. So a lot of balls we're juggling and trying to figure out what the best solution is. Our perspective is let's look at a solution that once implemented kind of finishes things off. Let's not put a Band-Aid on this. Let's mitigate it properly so that the city can continue whatever future plans it has for the 228th Avenue Southeast corridor. And so from our perspective, a starting point is that 228th Avenue should be improved to full urban standards, bike lanes, what we call the amenity zone for landscaping, utilities, signs, and a sidewalk on both sides. Carefully evaluate the need for a crossing here. Again, a signal or a crossing this closely spaced to a significant signal here creates some operational challenges of its own. If we can make this work without a signal, essentially we would propose something similar but more complete than what the high school proposed. Instead of this configuration, we would suggest that the 5-lane road carry on through the intersection of Southeast 40th rather than have this lane drop off right into the neighborhood. This lane would also go through. Now a southbound turning vehicle would be facing northbound traffic split into 2 lanes. It could move into this southbound 2-way left turn lane, kind of do the same type of merge, but there would be 2 southbound lanes through the intersection, again, to create more gaps. So essentially suggesting that their mitigation be a complete street. It looks like in the past, enough right-of-way was already acquired across the street from Southeast 40th for that to happen fairly easily, at least up to here, so that you would have 228th essentially finished from Southeast 40th. How big an issue we have up at 228th in Issaquah Pine Lake, we're going to rerun our model, attempt to mimic the current thoughts they have on the boundaries for the various schools. That's, it's getting to a layer of refinement that's challenging to get right in a travel demand model. But we'll take another shot at it. But again, as David mentioned, our primary concern is let's either provide continuous and adequate, safe, non-motorized facilities connecting this obvious residential area to the schools, or almost not. I mean, having a crosswalk across what's a 6-lane wide road at the entrance to nothing is just inviting a problem. And then dealing with, again, the consequences of this cut-through traffic. And again, part of that is because of the current bottleneck at 228. So ultimately, this intersection, I think we've all known it's not finished. If you look at it, it doesn't look finished. And so that's part of our problem there. Their analysis says it'll still work. Our analysis says, no, we're going to get to that point where we tip over. We haven't identified them as in our analysis, they didn't pop up as failures directly, but Southeast 48th on Issaquah Pine Lake Road and the segment of Issaquah Pine Lake Road south of there, those are also on the brink of level of service failure. Again, the same type of problem at Southeast 48th. The city of Sammamish has 2 lanes approaching the signal, but there's only 1 receiving lane on the city of Issaquah side of that intersection. And so we're at a very a limited capacity situation for both routes to and from this school. So I think with that I can stop and maybe we focus in on particular questions you might have about these 3 issues.
Okay, first up we have got Councilmember Stewart.
Thank you. Very helpful. A couple of questions. One, you talk about the boundaries for the high school, and you made a comment about 50% of the students would come from the existing Skyline. Are you assuming then that those are all Sammamish students? Because I thought that some of those Skyline students are actually coming from Issaquah, so it wouldn't necessarily divert all that traffic that's maybe currently traveling north to traveling south, or what are your assumptions there?
Yeah, the assumptions we put in the travel demand model is no students would be attracted from north of the Issaquah School District boundary, which is right about Skyline. But the other 50% of the students would be attracted from south of the project on East Lake Sammamish Parkway and down to Southeast 56th. We didn't worry about analyzing those Issaquah intersections. But that's the direction that their EIS took. Again, their boundaries are interesting. For instance, they're showing that a significant number of students from the Lakemont Boulevard area in South Bellevue and the Lake Sammamish area on the north side of I-90 in that same Lakemont area. That's actually in Issaquah School District, even though it's in the city of Bellevue. Those students are proposed to come up to this high school. You know, if I were their transportation department and trying to figure out how much diesel fuel I was going to use, I'd probably leave students that are in the valley now at Issaquah High School and not drive them up a hill and back down a hill. But I'm not sure they considered that when they looked at their boundaries. But those, for instance, assigning those students to this school did influence our modeling. You know, again, we showed half the traffic coming from the south. Their traffic analysis, their engineer had about almost 60% of the site traffic generated south of the school, which again, that creates another challenge there. Double left turn lane inbound in the AM is competing with all the southbound, outbound commuter traffic from Sammamish. Granted, that's a lot lower than it used to be today, but if that continues up, having, you know, I think it's 500 to 700 trips an hour, plus all the buses making left turns across that commute route. Let's take a look at that. So if you're a Sammamish commuter heading southbound, you're going to be going south. All the traffic, both the elementary school kids being dropped off and then later the high school kids arriving and all the buses will be making that left turn. That southbound traffic needs to stop. So the more traffic that approaches the site from the south, the kind of bigger impact we have here on Sammamish commuter traffic, the more, if the boundaries change and students are assigned either from more kind of, at some point you wouldn't take someone that lives next door to Skyline and move them here. It's really the Pine Lake area and the East Lake Sammamish Parkway area. Which of those buses would go up Southeast 24th and over to 228th and back down to the school versus which of them would go down 24th to East Lake Sammamish Parkway and then drive back up? Again, it's all up to routing that we don't understand very well.
Right. Well, and I think a couple of things. Like, one, school boundaries are going to change. They change every couple of years as populations move. So I think that we should be looking at what improvements we think make sense for the long term, not based on a specific plan, because I can almost guarantee you that those things will change and they will be fluid and dynamic over the years. So You made a comment and you said that you didn't think that some of these improvements were aligned with our ultimate plans for the 228 corridor. What are our ultimate plans for the 228 corridor?
So my definition of that is it's even, I can even go as far as to saying the state's plans, the plan you've provided to the state for the last, 20 plus years. 228 is identified as a principal arterial, and the city has a standard plan for a principal arterial, which is a 5-lane road with the bike lanes and the amenity zone and the sidewalks. So that was our assumption, is that, given no other information, it's a principal arterial, let's build it to that design standard.
Okay, well, that makes sense. And that I can definitely get behind, right? I mean, I think having the bike lanes and the pedestrian access makes complete sense. If we're going to spend the money and the time and block the road to build it, again, I'm all for making smart, long-term decisions. So don't build it and then a few years from now is to go back and improve it again. So that I would completely agree with. So yeah, those were really my two questions. I would agree we should be, again, looking to make the pedestrian and bike access as safe as possible, although honestly, I'm not sure how many people will really be biking or walking to the school. One question I would have, I know that at least in the Lake Washington School District, there's a standard, if you live within a mile as the crow flies, you don't get bus service. So it would be interesting to understand from Issaquah what their plan is for students who live within a mile of this school, if they will be providing bus service or not. And if not, then to me that makes the pedestrian access more critical. If because this isn't really a pedestrian-friendly route, if they will be providing bus service, then some of the questions about where the crosswalks go may not be quite as critical. But definitely, if they're not going to provide bus service within a mile, we need to be making safe passages for the students, for sure.
Sure, and if I could offer, I've worked with them when I was the engineering manager at the city of Issaquah, actually, and it's relative to the transportation facilities adjacent to their schools. So there's an elementary school on Newport Way. Newport Way does not have non-motorized facilities, and they literally bus kids across the street because it is not safe for an elementary student to cross Newport Way the way it's configured now. So you sort of get what you build. If you don't build a non-motorized facility, then it's likely they're going to have to bus students, even though they could easily walk because the facility doesn't.
Well, and the other question too would be, when we talk about could easily walk, my understanding is that that's part of the challenge we have in Amish, is that not nearly enough kids do walk or bike, that their parents, no matter what the facilities are right around the school, parents are driving their kids. So I'm not sure how many elementary school parents are going to let their kids, no matter what facilities we build along 228th, would let their kids walk along 228th anyway. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't build certain facilities. I think we should just be smart and plan for the fact that most elementary school parents aren't going to let their kids walk along 228th. Period, right? Like I wouldn't, right? Even if you had a sidewalk that was separated with planters, I'm not going to let my 6-year-old walk on 228 to go to school.
Yeah, and we're also thinking about non-school hours when a family may choose to walk to the school to use the facilities. Again, we're not thinking of just purely the student to and from school, but families choose to walk to schools, to use tennis courts, hopefully they're open, use ball fields, things like that. And yes, primarily I was thinking of high school students that might ride or walk. Elementary students, we don't see them go unaccompanied anywhere really anymore.
Right. And then you made a comment, and I don't think I totally caught it. You were talking about the school zone, and can you just repeat that? You were concerned about making this a 20-mile-an-hour school zone, and why was that?
Right. Because of the differential, to try to get commuter traffic to slow down from 40 to 20 when there's very few other cues to tell them to do so. Again, it's not something you expect. It's pretty rare to see a 20-mile-an-hour school zone on a principal arterial 5 lanes wide. It's usually a 2-lane road with a lot of homes, and the chance that children, students are going to be kind of darting across the street. That's not going to happen here. And the concern was that response was to answer my concern about the buses having to find a way to merge across or weave across those 2 through lanes to get to the left turn lane. So the answer, well, if we make it a 20-mile-an-hour school zone, it'll be easier for the bus to go from the right lane, where they're going to start with climbing up the hill, to the left lane to make a left turn. That would not be an appropriate use for a 20-mile-an-hour school zone. It's not a traffic control function for weaving. And you'll just have an enforcement headache on your hands and have to plant a police officer there every day to make it work, or do automatic. If you did automated speed enforcement, you'd probably get some pretty good compliance if you wanted to go that direction. But again, we don't expect so many. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I guess, if the concern is that traffic's too heavy, then it's not going to be traveling 40 miles an hour anyway. If traffic's traveling 40 miles an hour and we're slowing it down for school, then that's probably a good thing. So.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thanks. I have several questions, and I'm not sure if we can ask questions of David Pyle and Jeff Ellickish as well, but
you bet.
I have a variety of questions here. First, on just picking out things to ask while you and Pam were discussing things. So the speed limit currently is 40, but can't we just change it to 35? We have large sections of 228 that are already 35 miles an hour, and Discovery Elementary is also on that same principal arterial with a 20-mile-an-hour school zone. But that's in the 35-mile-an-hour zone, not a 40. So is it possible for us to reduce the speed limit?
Sure. There is a process to go through that the city has. I'd have to review it in terms of what the current details are. It's an old King County process for changing speed limits, but you do have the ability to do so into the right parameters.
Okay. I would argue that might be at least it's not a total solution, but it's at least a partial solution there. So anyway. So I have a question. So Victor, I'll ask a couple. You showed a graphic, and I was kind of squinting to see. I saw one that had it's this one actually. It has a double left turn lane turning into the school. Is that the district's proposal, or is that something that we have discussed with them? A double left turn.
Yes.
That's a lot of, the only reason I ask, one, it's a lot of impervious surface, and, we have some concerns with regards to stormwater, and the more impervious surface we lay down, the more stormwater we create that has to be contended with. So I'm just curious, whose proposal is the double left turn?
It's the district's proposal. We reviewed it. We believe it's necessary because of the extremely high left turn volume. Again, it's needed in the AM. It's not a problem in the PM, but during that AM peak, when some Amish commuters are heading southbound and you've got a very peak heavy period of the traffic coming in, you need 2 lanes. Their analysis showed also the way they've laid out the site, the buses would use this, right side left turn lane, and cars would use the inside lane. That's how they've done the internal circulation, which looks like it works out. But that's the other reason. Not only is the volume high enough, but they're separating the bus and vehicle lanes in advance of getting onto the site so that the site does not spill back out onto 228. So those vehicles get to the parking garage if they're an automobile, or can get to the bus loop if they're a bus.
Okay, that makes sense. And then you talked about the intersection at 228th and Southeast 40th. And I have some questions there because you made a comment, and maybe I misheard you, but you said signalizing that intersection would exacerbate the cut through. Did I hear that right?
You did.
Why? Why would signalizing that intersection cause more people to cut through? Because it's easier to take a left?
Yeah, it makes the left is much easier than waiting at the stop sign. So.
Okay, so I have one other comment relative to this intersection, and this would probably be for Jeff, but Victor, you may know it as well. This intersection is already failing, per what I recall, which means it has to get a treatment anyway. So aren't we looking at definitively having to signalize this intersection regardless?
I can start, and then Jeff can maybe fill in.
Okay.
We'll have all sorts of different answers. Again, one of the reasons I believe it's failing is because Issaquah Pine Lake and 228th is on the verge of failing. And so it becomes an attractive route. It's not what you want this street to do. You know, maybe 30 years ago, someone should have said, well, yeah, it should be an arterial that goes from 32nd to 228th, but it doesn't. But some of that pass through, if we fix, basically, you know, when we run the model, if we insert a 5-lane improvement all the way to 228th and remove this bottleneck, then we take away a big chunk of that pass-through traffic, that cut-through traffic. So it's
adding 5 lanes there, doesn't that fall to the city of Sammamish? I mean, we cannot expect the Issaquah School District to go beyond their nexus, right?
Correct. Yeah. No, I'm just sharing how interrelated all the improvements.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, they would have to be. They would be on the hook for their proportionate share, which may not be as big as we think that the cost of the true improvements might be. But there is an opportunity for a proportionate share if they're contributing to the impact.
Okay, and I think that's kind of the question that I have is what is that proportionate share? If we're talking about frontage improvements, those are going to run the nexus of their project and not beyond it unless there's an impact. And so I guess my question is, you know, if we're talking about a pretty significant impact here from the traffic perspective, that obviously will inform our transportation improvement plan moving forward as well, especially if the city of Sammamish has to bear part of that cost. So do we have any idea of what the proportionate share looks like?
A couple questions there, or comments. One is this issue of boundary. We are still working with the school district to try to nail that down, and that may become a contingent issue as we go forward in the sense that today
when
it's this boundary.
Can you explain what you mean? Are you talking about the boundaries of the school district itself or their project?
Yes, the school district boundary, as Victor was talking to us earlier, influences what happens at 228th and Issaquah Pine Lake Road. So that's one issue that we need to continue to dialogue with. And as Councilmember Stewart indicated, do we plan for, you know, the ebb and flow of district boundaries changing? And if so, it triggers likely that intersection failing, which then, if it does, then we're into our tip and how do we deal with that issue? Okay, so there's an interplay that happens with that. And what was the other part of the question?
I was just asking about what is the proportionate share?
Oh, right.
You know, if this would inform our transportation improvement plans moving forward if there's a portion of the share that belongs to the city of Sammamish.
I'll defer to Victor. Do you have that by chance, or is that something still to be calculated?
I can give you an order of magnitude is probably, you know, it's 5 to 20%, depending on where we end up modeling the boundaries of which Skyline students go. But the existing traffic is, your existing traffic is essentially consuming all the available capacity. So when we try to put more traffic on top of it, it either finds another route like Southeast 40th, or it's sort of the straw that breaks the camel's back and creates a failure. But from a proportional perspective, you know, the existing southbound AM volume is between 700 and 800 vehicles an hour. If, you know, they might be adding 100 to 150, but those last 150 are what break the intersection. Because when we did the analysis, we have all of your current pipeline projects that you've heard about in the past, or we put those in ahead, and we're adding the last increment of traffic on top of that forecast.
Okay. So there was in our agenda bill, it says there was a meeting yesterday with the Issaquah School District. Were there any takeaways from that meeting that staff ascertained as to, I know you said you hope that they're going to apply for their right-of-way permits. So let me bifurcate that question. One is, what is a typical process for the district? We just went through this not too long ago with elementary school number 16 on Issaquah Pine Lake Road. When did they apply for the right-of-way permits there? Was it in conjunction with the building permit for the school, or were those separated?
I'll defer to David Pyle on that.
They were separated in their timing. The right-of-way permit came in later than the actual site development and building permits did. And part of that is we actually partnered to some degree with them on helping them solve their access dilemma by moving the intersection further south. And if you recall, the city council did a property acquisition to help accommodate that intersection relocation for them. The intersection that they had initially proposed made our road section dysfunctional with bus turnarounds and some other problems we had. So we did work collaboratively with them to move that intersection. And that was something that slowed down the submittal of right-of-way permit because we didn't have the land available quite yet for them. In this case, we've been asking that they submit right-of-way permit, and following our meeting yesterday, it was really, I think, very helpful for both the district to understand our issues and our concerns, and for us to understand their challenges and what they were trying to achieve. They were, I feel, very transparent about the fact that they really wanted to have this transportation analysis wrapped up prior to submittal of their right-of-way permit, because they don't want to be constantly making wholesale revisions to the plans that can be very costly. We did express to them that on the same side for us, our informal review, where we're not able to backbill time to them, and it's not being done through a building or through an actual permit process where we track files, where there's actually a protocol for establishing priority and review and all those things, isn't happening. And an informal review for us is very difficult because it derails actual projects that are in the pipeline for review and under review timelines. So we were able to have a really good positive exchange about that. They're going to be changing how they submit stuff to us. We're going to be working in a little bit of a different manner going forward. We do still hope they submit right-of-way permit just as soon as they can, but we do understand the challenges they have in pulling together the plans and making sure that they have a clear path ahead of them in getting to permit.
So it sounds like this is quite the conundrum, because if they don't agree with our analysis from the traffic impacts, they're going to have a more challenging time coming to the city with a right-of-way permit. And if they are busy wrapping up their site and building permits with the city of Issaquah, then that leaves us very little time if they on the SEPA process. Is that a fair assessment? Like, if we review and we disagree with something and we say, okay, we want to appeal to SEPA, we have a very small window of time. Is that fair or no?
That is the reason we wanted to have this meeting with you tonight.
Okay. So how do we solve this? I mean, you guys had a meeting with the district last night. It's very hard to appeal something that you don't have to review. So what do we do?
Related to the traffic model, there are a couple items that TSI and their traffic modeling need to sit down and get concurrence on. It has to do with where the true trips are coming from. We want to be explicitly clear that the intersection at 228th and Issaquah Pine Lake Road, is that triggered now or later, or what's the sensitivity for that trigger? And then what do we do about that? I don't have the answer about what we do about it yet. I want to be crystal clear that we know those boundaries, going into it. I think the other items at the intersection and negotiating with them or imposing upon them that they need to solve the pedestrian connectivity. There were, in the meeting yesterday, as Victor was highlighting those things, it was evident that people were taking notes, and it was almost as though people were doing a mental exercise. Is a signal cheaper with neighborhood mitigation versus, the pedestrian improvement off to the side? And so I think there's an opportunity to work with the school district on coming up with a balanced solution for that element. We're still not clear, however, on the third one dealing with the traffic weave and how that's going to occur yet. So we need some more bandwidth with them to understand the modeling and to see if there are impacts, and if there are, how do we mitigate those, the we that Victor was referring to.
Well, so I certainly appreciate the dilemmas on both sides of this. The school district is dealing with a finite number of taxpayer dollars in order to complete this project, right? And they essentially have a mandate from the taxpayers because the taxpayers said, go build this. And sites are fairly limited. So I know we got a lot of comments from the public, and I want to make sure that the public understands what it is we're deliberating here, and it is not this school. In essence, it's the traffic impacts and the mitigations that will occur because of those traffic impacts, and the stormwater impacts that will occur that are in that right of way. Anyway, I appreciate the fact that we have some concerns, and I anticipate that the school district is listening in on this conversation right now. So I want them to know that, I'm fully supportive of the school going in there, but we also have to be mindful as Sammamish City Council members of the impacts that this has on our community. And so I think, I'm hoping that everybody can find that happy medium and that we can move forward with the project, knowing that the city gets the impacts mitigated as best we can by the district. I do have one additional question. The city of Issaquah is busy putting in a traffic light right now for Providence Point. Victor, when you did this modeling, did you take into account that traffic light that's going in right now? Oh, you're on mute.
We did not. One of the things we requested was actually that they provide us with an analysis of the newly designed and constructed, the ones that are under construction. We'd like to see how those are going to work. They specifically analyze their access, but we would like to see it analyzed as a network. Should provide us a demonstration of how the signals work together.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's critical, and I don't think that that's different than any other applicant that would come in the door with an application. We would ask them to be looking at this system-wide, not just within their small area. And I do have concerns, and I think a lot of the residents that are right in that area probably have a lot of concerns about traffic as well. I suspect that left-hand turn is hard to make anyway when you put more trips on it. And they'll be spread out over quite a bit of time, because if you've got an elementary school and a high school, there'll be an impact in the AM that spans a much longer time than it would if it were just an elementary school or just a high school. Same thing in the PM. So I think understanding the impacts of that light, and I suspect that light will actually cause and exacerbate the problems even more so at Issaquah, Pine Lake Road and 228th, because those backups from that traffic light and then the subsequent traffic light at the high school and elementary school will cause problems. And I think that modeling would be critical to understand what mitigation is required here, since Issaquah's putting in that light right now.
Yep. Great question, and that's a comment that we had as well. And so we will be asking for that additional information.
I think I got all my questions in there. Sorry, there were so many. Thank you.
Oh, this is great.
Okay, then I also had a list of them. Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't the transportation manual state that a school zone is put in place for the protection of the, children or people in the crosswalk in particular? So it's not meant for a traffic. It's not meant to protect the buses that may need to maneuver on the road. It is meant to be put in place for people walking on the sidewalks or people walking across the road, right?
I'll defer to Victor on that one.
Yeah, correct. And for those school zone rules were really established back in the day when elementary school age children did walk to school, and occasionally they leave the sidewalk and wander into the street. So there were a whole list of reasons that established those school zones, but it's primarily something to do when there are a lot of young pedestrians that are likely going to be adjacent to and just as much parallel to the travel lanes as trying to cross them. So it's not enough in itself to make a safe pedestrian crossing.
And then the other question I have is, I'm not sure how many children will be walking to school in that area. I know, like Washington, they do the bird's eye mile, but they also have exceptions for roads that are major arterials. So I don't know what Issaquah does. I would assume they do something somewhat similar. But the other concern I have is for that cut through. Outside of seeing it on a map, have you driven that route? Because it is neighborhoods that it's an old road. It does not have sidewalks. It is, you know, it is not curbs. It's just an old country road that is in no way ready for a bunch of buses to be a bus route. So I'm kind of shocked to see, I don't know, I don't know if those people have any clue that they're about to become a bus route. So, you know, that to me is very surprising, and I don't know, I'm hoping that the Issaquah School District in some way has alerted them to that, so that it doesn't, you know, doesn't have to come from this meeting or the city. But there's a lot that would have to go in to prepare that road for the cars and the buses that would be on that road. I have a lot of concern about that. And I don't know what you have done as far as driving on the road to look to see what would need to be done with that road to make it safe for the amount of traffic that road would have to take. And so that's a big concern that I have for that, for my second questions. And then the other one is, outside of a verbal, and this is David Pyle, outside of a verbal on these stormwater plans, have you seen anything?
I'd actually have to defer back to Public Works staff who've been reviewing that and work with them to get an answer to that. And we can follow up on that if you'd like.
We have not seen specific drainage plans or calculations in the public right-of-way itself. There has been drainage reviews and concept plans for the site, but not that I've seen yet for the roadway. But I can double check with staff on that and get back to you.
Okay, so we raised the question, we just, you know, we were told we're not going to, but we haven't seen anything. So we really can't check off that box yet.
Correct.
Okay, so basically, out of all the things that were in our letter in fall, we can't check off any of those boxes, but we do have more boxes, which I find somewhat concerning given the fact that we are now in spring. That's very alarming to me. Okay, with that, I'm just gonna go on to the next, which is, takes me to Councilmember Gamblin.
You got it. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Victor, good to see you. Good to hear you. Couple of questions. So you indicated that 228 is already in Pine Lake Road. There's already, I'm sorry, it's not Pine Lake Road. It's Issaquah Pine Lake Road is already failing or very close to failing, and you expect the additional load from students coming through feeding into the school will cause that intersection to fail. Is that a correct statement?
So if we're looking at the intersection of Issaquah, Pine Lake, and 228, you know, depending on the boundaries for each school, yeah, it could fail. And if we then included that in future concurrency tests, you would have a concurrency failure. It would become background traffic, even though it's not in the city. It'd be irresponsible to not assume it exists in your model when we're testing concurrency. But again, it's very sensitive because of its the influence of these boundaries. The more traffic or the more students that would potentially come from the northwest or the southeast that go through that intersection, southbound or westbound, create that conflict.
Okay, so we can ping pong back and forth between failure and not failure based on the specific school district boundaries of that moment?
Correct.
Okay. All right. On the specific intersections down near the school you were looking at, is it going to work? Is this whole plan with all these 8 roads and double turn lefts and all the existing commuter traffic and all the new school traffic and everything else, is this going to work?
It is it is probably going to work, I would say. If we need to see some more information, again, I don't like to say an intersection, in isolation that has other significant intersections nearby. I can't guarantee that works because they have an influence on one another. But it's more a function of how that double left turn lane is designed. Let's consider which lane the bus is going to use, which lane the car is going to use. Let's not build the absolute minimum turn storage length that the traffic software tells us. Let's give everybody some extra room, but then there's a balance. Let's not give them too much room. Let's not create an open two-way left turn lane so someone could use it for 1,000 feet to pass buses that are working their way across. So it's a pretty significant traffic engineering challenge, but not insurmountable. We just need to see the new Issaquah signals, the striping between those signals and this signal. We need to understand they've proposed some signal timing at this location. I can't tell you if that works with the signal timing for the Issaquah signal that is going to be 1,700 feet away. Or maybe it's probably more than that. But again, you need to understand. It'll also help us to understand how Southeast 40th works. The benefit of a traffic signal at their access is that it will be stopping northbound traffic, which will actually make it easier to make a left turn out of Southeast 40th. It'll be metering traffic that comes northbound. And if you coordinate your signals well, we could meter the traffic coming southbound from Issaquah Pine Lake and 228. Much easier if we had the same number of lanes all the way through to balance that flow. But that's why I don't like to immediately jump to, well, let's put a big fix at a minor street intersection that looks like it's failing, because there might be other fixes that fix it without creating a new problem like this cut-through traffic. So I'm confident we can make this corridor work, but I need more information, or the city needs more information. We really should be talking to Issaquah's traffic engineer as well. How are they planning to operate the new signal at Providence Point? And let's see how that's going to fit with the operation of this proposed signal at the school access.
Okay, and one last thing, Victor. So southbound 228 from Issaquah Pine Lake Road down to the new school, that's a single lane road. What percentage chance do you see that becoming a single lane parking lot when this school opens up?
Again, if we adequately address the intersection, it will be less of a bottleneck than the current configuration of Issaquah Pine Lake and 228. That's your big problem. And even the school crossing just south of the intersection, that at-grade pedestrian crossing wreaks some havoc as well, because it's very difficult to coordinate those with adjacent traffic signals. So your bigger problem is actually the southern side of Issaquah Pine Lake 228. This is being planned so that it works with two southbound lanes going through it, just to avoid that. We don't want this to become a queue that backs up into Issaquah Pine Lake Road.
Okay. Thank you, Victor. Appreciate your input.
Okay, next we have Councilmember Odell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hey, Victor, good to be back in the saddle with you guys again.
Yeah.
So far, I've heard more questions than answers as a general comment. And this thing is a long way to go, in my opinion. In your conversations with the Issaquah School District, has the idea of putting a pedestrian bridge across 228 been surfaced?
It has not with them. Actually, David asked me about that. I tend to caution against those. Unless you have a situation where the traffic is high all the time, and it's so completely obvious that you wouldn't ride across the street on foot. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate, they typically don't get used. The cost is very significant because now with ADA, you either need multi-100-foot ramps, spirals, or an elevator. Typically an elevator is required. But they just, they really don't get used. Even the wait for an elevator is often too long. And even if you don't signalize the intersection, you will get people darting across the roadway because they don't want to wait for an elevator.
Well, we just put one across Issaquah Falls City Road to Cascade as part of that project. And frankly, up by Pine Lake Middle School, if we have much more flow through that area coming south, that crosswalk is going to want to have something different than today too. My overall impression is this is sort of a sow's ear, and we've been asked to make a silk purse out of it, to use an old expression. Put another way, if this were an airplane, the FAA would ground it until a lot of these bugs got worked out. And frankly, that may be something that has to happen between us and Issaquah School District and Issaquah City. That unless some of these problems are really resolved, we should not give a right-of-way permit by any stretch of the imagination. Back on specific questions. Looking at your graphic up here, the two stars by Southeast 40, what is it? Southeast 41st and Southeast 40th?
It's 40th, and then the next one to the south, I think it's currently called Providence Point Road. It's the old Institute driveway that's sitting there.
Yeah, so that is what, maybe 1,000 feet?
I think it's closer to 700, 750.
Okay, that's even worse. So one of your graphics showed kind of a protected left turn with southbound traffic on 228 continuing to flow. At least that's the way I took it. Now, is that thing in the middle there with the cross-hatching a physical barrier or just striping on the road?
The way they've described it, there would be a physical barrier in this area. Again, we're not supporting this as the solution. This is what they've offered. Again, we're not finished with the airplane. I have several concerns about this particular kind of design. If you're going to go this route, this raised island actually needs to force the left turns to make a left and needs to allow left turns out to get in. But the way it's shown now, someone that was clever who saw this through lane on the far side of the intersection could get into the left turn lane and go straight through and beat the crowd in that other full lane. So certainly not what we would want to have happen. And we also, this hashed out area is what should be used for that movement. So again, the 2 lanes southbound should start north of the intersection. Then we have a left turn lane. Again, with if we're going to use this flying T configuration with a diverter so that lane can't go through and bypass the intersection. So this one needs some tuning up to make it work. But your current interpretation is correct. This is not a design I would recommend that you give them a right-of-way permit for. They need to come back and show us something that works.
That sets up a really bad weave in there, the way it's currently done. Going back to Mayor's comments about Southeast 40th, what's the current classification of that street?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know. No, I do not believe it's classified as an arterial. I think it's a local.
I think it's yeah, I think that's right. I will look that up. I don't know. Let me look at here. I'm pulling up a map. I should be able to answer that shortly. Okay.
So the projected increase in volume on that road was what again?
About 100 vehicles an hour in the AM. And, that's a mix of buses. Again, they can't give us the bus routing, so I don't know how many 100 trips are cars or buses. And they aren't all necessarily associated with the school. The school's analysis, I think, discreetly identified them as trips destined to the school. Our modeling shows that if you release the friction at that intersection, you just get general purpose traffic that wants to avoid the congestion at Issaquah Pine Lake and is going to try to work their way, take a left at 32nd and Issaquah Pine Lake, take a right here, and avoid going north to go south.
I agree with you. We've seen that elsewhere, like at Skyline. There were some neighborhoods there that were similarly affected. So what happened there will likely happen here. I view that
just real quick, that classification is residential. Okay. It's not a collector. It's not an arterial. It's a residential classification.
So then that road would be kind of a candidate for major improvement too, right?
Well, given that it's classified as a residential street, not even a collector arterial, the strategy would typically be to mitigate and try to reduce the cut-through traffic, not to try to accommodate it, unless you wanted to consciously say, well, this is going to be a collector arterial now. That's the whole reason for functional classification. What's the intent of this road? As currently classified, the intent of this road is for that neighborhood to either get to 228th or to get to Issaquah Pine Lake. It is not intended for anyone to drive through, and that's why it looks the way it looks.
Okay, just general comment. The more roundabouts you have, the worse it is for fish because of tire scrub and brake linings in stormwater runoff. Okay, more questions. We talked about the new signal at Providence Point that's going in, and we talked about having to signalize a couple of other intersections. Was an ITS system to coordinate all the way from Issaquah Pine Lake down to the Southeast 43rd East Lake Sam route talked about it all?
Not in their analysis, and I think that, again, that's extremely important here because Issaquah has an ITS system and you have an ITS system, and one of the big challenges is to get two of those to talk to one another.
Mm-hmm.
Now the roundabout's not controlled by signals, so it's kind of immune from that. But so Issaquah is introducing a new signal. If it's programmed to work, it's far enough away that it'll likely operate in what we would call a free operation. It's going to just directly respond to traffic. But that may or may not be the best thing in terms of a school signal adjacent to it with very high peaks. It's going to have relatively moderate traffic flows given the development associated with it. Schools have very sharp peaks, very high volumes that occur over a short duration of time. And so figuring out how those two in particular work together, the distance between this and Issaquah Pine Lake is such that ITS is certainly beneficial. It's not as critical as if they were 700 feet apart or even 15 or 1,700 feet apart. I think that the Issaquah signal is about a quarter mile. That's actually the recommended minimum spacing for traffic signals on a principal arterial. So at least that part, they meet the minimum standard, but that does mean those signals need to talk together. A quarter mile is shorter than you think in a car, going 35 or 40.
Mm-hmm. We could, as has been suggested, put in a speed limit and even a radar camera on this road to keep traffic down to around 20 miles an hour. That method has been used on Newport Way in Issaquah by the schools down there across from the East Side Fire Headquarters. And we also have a speed limit light on 228th right now by not Sunny Hills, what is it? Discovery Elementary, where during certain times of the day that light flashes and slows people down. I've driven both these routes during what's the so-called AM and PM peaks, and it does jug up traffic considerably to the point where you want to rut around it. And I think the end result will be we'll find we're creating problems elsewhere in the city. For instance, on Southeast 24th and the Parkway, and even the Parkway itself. I got to tell you that I live in the North End, and if I'm going to go to Issaquah, once this thing is built, I'm not going to go down 228th. It's already too slow. This will make it worse. My two bits on it. As far as school district boundaries go, there's a terminology issue here. The school districts have finite boundaries. It's kind of like an international boundary. It never changes. Of course, there are wars that do that, but the point is that within the school district itself, there are certain redistricting boundaries for the individual schools, and they are far from cast in concrete. And I think Councilmember Stewart would agree with that too, that we see this all the time. Schools fill and they move stuff around. So if we fix one problem today, and 5 years from now, it'll be a problem someplace else because of population shifts within the city. So I don't think we can count on that to help us out. We're going to have to deal with it. How many high school students did they forecast for this high school at full capacity? Do we know that answer? David, maybe you know that?
Yeah, I don't have the answer to that. Mr. Pyle, do you have any input on that?
Not offhand.
It was in the range of 14 to 1,500, I believe, is what I recall from the traffic study.
All right. I'm out of questions for right now. I'm sure I'll have a lot more. I think we need to have a lot more conversation with the city of Issaquah, the school district, and before we grant any permit on 228. Thank you.
Pam, we're going to come back to you. I'm going to finish round one. Councilmember Treen.
Questions for Jeff. If in the near future we pass some ordinance that would move stormwater to the front of development, does that also include right-of-way permitting?
That would be our intent, because if we knew, like right now, and I think it was Councilmember Christie that brought up the, look at all those lanes and what's going to happen with those. Where are they going to put their facilities? Is it going to be a vault? Is it going to be in the hillside? Is it going to be off the hillside? Is it going down the hill? And if so, where? We don't know that because they are pushing it to the end of the process, so to speak, rather than the front of the process, which we have been talking about in our community to change.
So with that being said, and with all the questions that have been raised, I make a motion that we give direction to the city manager to oversee staff in drafting and delivering of a project comment letter and or SEPA comment letter on behalf of the city. And I'm looking for a second for that.
I will second it.
And I do apologize to Chris Ross, Councilmember Ross, for not having an opportunity to ask some questions. But at this point, it seems to me, and I'm speaking to the motion, it seems to me at this point, there are more questions than there are answers, that we definitely need to take a look at this and have, school district needs to come to us with their plan so we can actually make our plans and we can start addressing some of these issues. So I asked the city manager to oversee the staff in drafting that, and if he needs any input from us, please seek it.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. And discussion, I'm just going to go back and pick up comments or people that were in the chat box. And so I'm going to go back to Councilmember Stewart.
Great, thank you. Look, I don't know that we need another letter. My impression is that our staff is already working in the school district, right? They're having meetings, we're doing analysis, and there's going to be back and forth. So I'm not sure another letter is necessary. I mean, we need to be working with the school district and the city of Issaquah towards solutions. We need these schools, right? We've got kids that need these schools. We need to be working towards solutions. You know, we're going to have to do work here with these jurisdictions. There may be other changes that we then need to make with that city. I'm sorry, can folks mute? There's a lot of background noise. It's not uncommon. Cities need to make upgrades to support things like schools, right? So, you know, we're going to find that maybe there are changes we need to make in conjunction with this to make this work. And I think that's expected, and that's fine. I'm sorry, Christy, I think there's a lot of noise coming from your house. Sorry, there we go. I would ask that we take another look at pedestrian bridges. That was actually the one comment that I was going to raise, so I'm glad that Councilmember Odell brought that up. I would like to understand if there are ways to meet the ADA requirements by offering a road crossing in addition to a bridge, so that folks who need the ADA don't necessarily have to have the ramps, or if there are other ways to make that work. I think there are a number of places throughout the city where pedestrian bridges would be great. I think if you look at the intersection at Eastlake, where for safety reasons we stop all four directions of the intersection to allow pedestrian traffic, some pedestrian bridges would be great there. We've already talked about the crossing for Pine Lake Middle School. That's been a challenge for a long time. So I think we do need to think outside the box and look at some of those solutions. Even if they are somewhat expensive, I think that it's worth looking into because it's a safety issue and it can certainly speed and keep traffic flowing. So again, I would encourage us to continue to work with the school district. I have spoken with the superintendent in the past. They want to make this work. They want to work with all of us. They're not going to try to circumvent any of our codes. They're not going to make the stormwater not meet the codes. They're going to do everything they can to make it work. As far as taxpayers having to pay for the improvements, whether the school district pays for it or the city pays for it, the taxpayers are paying for it. So let's just all work together and make this work. I'd also like to throw in there that the Southeast 40th, there are already buses that pick up students there. So I don't know that we're talking about adding buses to a road that's never had buses on it before. Those kids still go to school. They're still getting picked up by buses. And the deputy mayor already brought up the fact that that is a failing intersection that we were looking at making an improvement on, which was probably already going to create some of this increased traffic from cut-throughs. So I don't know that we can pin all of that onto this school. I think that some of that was going to happen anyway. So again, let's just work with the school district. If the improvement on 228 for those left turns isn't what we think is the right solution, and we have recommendations on how to make that better, then let's just do that. And let's provide that feedback and, again, work with the school district. It is a little concerning to me that all of this analysis was done without that additional stoplight that's already going in at Providence Point, because I feel like that's going to really change a lot of this analysis. So it sounds like we're going to have to redo this analysis. One last suggestion might be, since those two intersections are going to be so close together, it might be interesting to find out if we could add the intersection at the school to the Issaquah ITS system. That may actually make it function better than trying to add it to the Sammamish one and make them work together if that is a challenge. I would hope that we could make Sammamish ITS and the Issaquah ITS work together, but if that is challenging, why not just see if they'll add that intersection or that stoplight to their system since they are so close together. One last question. The signal at 43rd, isn't that already slowing down traffic on this roadway? I know I was just down there the other day and that signal was stopping the traffic. Was that part of your analysis, Victor? Was that intersection already in there? And
that is what we wanted to see from them is, what is the impact of either the vehicle stopping and then restarting again? Again, how fast does the bus accelerate versus the automobiles? It's the challenge we see is that, a signal slows down buses a lot more than cars. And so we're just concerned about the maneuvering getting into the various turn lanes, whether it's a right turn lane or a left turn lane at those intersections. And that's, again, we've asked for what's called a micro simulation. Show us how all the intersections and lanes work together so we can understand it better.
Okay. Victor, would you agree, though, that there are already buses on 40th and that whatever improvements we were going to have to make at that intersection because it was failing was already going to help to create a cut through anyway?
I'll believe you folks better. You know more than I am on whether there are buses or not. Again, you have choices
there
on
are
the
houses and kids.
Yes, yeah. I'm
There are
not
houses
saying
and
that
kids. There must be buses.
Sure, and it's not the buses that would cause that are. It's not. We're not predicting 100 new buses. It's the 100 cars that are either that are a combination of high school kids driving or parents driving to the school. Yes, I agree completely. There probably were buses. There will be, but the buses aren't causing the problem. And your current problem is it's relatively low volume. It's under 40 trips an hour that are experiencing a failing level of service F. The only movement that's failing is the left turn out of Southeast 40th. I have cautioned staff, again, the signal could be the answer, but could induce undesirable consequences. So let's mitigate it, but be careful about what the mitigation is.
Totally, but we were going to mitigate it anyway. So again, I don't know that we can pin all of the cut-through traffic that might come once that's mitigated on the school, because we were going to fix that intersection anyway.
Correct.
And I think that's it. But I really do think we do need to explore the pedestrian bridges. I think that could help a lot along this corridor in 3 places. So, thanks.
Okay, next is Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. So I feel like it's maybe a little premature to be doing a letter, or maybe we've already done a letter initially, and I think staff had a meeting with the Issaquah School District officials yesterday. So there are active discussions going on. They know what our concerns are. I'm assuming staff has not been hiding those. We're having a very open discussion here at the council meeting. And now the Issaquah School District is hearing concerns of council members relative to traffic impacts. And, I want to repeat the fact that I understand the push and pull that is occurring here between 2 different agencies. The third, I guess you could say, was the city of Issaquah, but when we're looking at, obtaining right-of-way permit application, we need to understand what it is that they're mitigating for, and our traffic analysis are not marrying up. And so, I think if we're going to give direction to our city manager, it's to get everybody back in a room and figure this out. It's not to send a letter, because I don't think a letter is really accomplishing what this council wants to do, which is to get to the end point where we can all agree that, yes, that is the recognized traffic impact. Here is the mitigation for that traffic impact. Sending letters is, I don't want to send staff off to go write a letter which doesn't carry any weight at all and isn't really solving the ultimate problem. That comes from our staff and their staff sitting in a room and working this out and coming to an agreement. So I am not supportive of the motion. Now, if we get to a point where we are coming to an impasse on this and we're running out of time, then I think staff needs to come back to council and say, hey, look, we have a window to which to appeal the SEPA, and that's when we give direction to appeal SEPA potentially, if that comes to bear. But at this juncture, they haven't. I don't know how much time we are envisioning, and David Pyle, maybe you have that answer. But unless we need direction from council, I don't think we're at a place where we can give direction to staff to actively do anything other than what they're doing right now. Unless you're looking for direction from us to appeal SEPA, which you can't, because we don't know what that looks like yet.
So just to put some bookends on this a little, we need, first of all, to be conscious that they can only open a school once a year, right? So their schedule that they're working up against, it's not like a commercial development that can delay opening a few months, and it has some impact on their business model, but ultimately it's achieved, they can still achieve the same outcome when they open later. They either open when they're scheduled to open, or they delay an entire year. So they're up against that on their end. So we have to be conscious of that. One of the other issues here is that this could move pretty quickly, and we may not have opportunity to queue up a conversation with the council. It can be challenging. So what we're looking for is that understanding that the staff may be in a position where we have to write a letter, and the city manager would be providing us that supervision and writing that letter to the district. We do not anticipate, nor do we want to be in an adversarial position with the school district. That's not our goal here. Our goal is to ensure that our transportation networks are intact, that that ultimately we're conscious of the impacts that this new development brings on the city. We understand what that looks like in the short and long term. Now, if we reach impasse with the district and they proceed, we might be in a position where we are required to write a letter related to SEPA. It is in essence a placeholder. There's a 14-day comment period once they do issue a SEPA DNS, and during that 14-day comment period, it is really important that we file a letter with them if there is any potential that we will want to appeal this project at a later date and time. Not saying we want to go there. I actually think we can resolve these issues, and I'm positive about this, and that we do need to get back in a room with them, and we do need to work through the details on this. That is one of the first steps we will take. But what I'm saying is that if we are confronted with and I don't mean that in a negative way, I actually think of a softer word. If we are presented with an opportunity to review their SEPA DNS information and we disagree with some of that information, we will be needing to provide a comment letter on why we disagree with that information, and that letter needs to be provided within the 14-day comment period that is afforded once the DNS is issued. So as you can see, this can move pretty quickly, and what we're looking for here is that understanding that we're going to be working on all these channels trying to make this work, but we might be in a position where we just simply don't have the chance to queue up another meeting with the council to work through the wordsmithing of the letter and then fire off the letter within that 14-day time frame.
Okay, so David, thank you. I appreciate that explanation. So, I don't know that Councilmember Treen's motion was terribly clear to me on what he's trying to do with this letter. My takeaway was it was a letter just to say, hey, we're concerned about these traffic impacts, and I think they already know that. I don't want to send a letter that says that. If we're giving authorization to staff, it's a 14-day window, so that's 2 weeks worth of council meetings. I would support staff sending a letter in response to a DNS. We're making the assumption that they're going to give themselves a DNS, right? I know that they're their own SEPA agency, so that's probably the most likely scenario. But we're making that assumption, right? They could have a DS. So, but at any rate, I think, we understand the impacts differently than they are understanding their traffic impacts. And to that end, I would give authorization to staff to respond on that level. But I just feel like right now it's a little premature to be penning a letter unless you're telling me that we need to pen a letter in advance of them, saying, hey, this is a DNS or a DS. I feel, is it premature to do that before they have given a determination of non-significance?
So we have already sent them a communication addressed to Mr. Thiel, the superintendent, indicating that we did have some concerns regarding many of the elements of the environment and that there could be a significant adverse environmental impact, but that we don't understand all of the details and we would like to meet with them. We did follow up with the meeting. Many of the issues that we had raised in that email where we had indicated that there could be a significant adverse impact were addressed by the district. I have to give them credit for coming to the table with answers and pointing out information that was in the record that led us to believe that they are doing their homework and that their SEPA threshold determination, when issued, will include adequate analysis demonstrating why there is no significant adverse environmental impact in those categorical areas. So What we are left with is, and where this meeting was direct, where we were trying to direct the conversation here was related to transportation impacts, because we are inconclusive at this point in time. I think what you're hearing from Victor is that we need some extra info. We need to understand how that stoplight to the south interplays with this. We need to understand how the district boundaries work here, and what security do we have in the long term about how those boundaries will change. We need to understand and hear more about how the intersection design functions, and how the weaving of buses and cars interplay with each other. These are all things that we need to sit down with them, as you suggest, and have a working meeting with them on, and try to get to the bottom of it and find solutions. We are hearing that you know, whether it's the city or it's the school district, their taxpayers are paying for this. We need to find solutions. We need to have this school open so our students can use the school. So we are taking all of that direction in stride, and we will work with them very closely on this. But at the end of the day, if there is an impact that remains and we are in disagreement as to the level of impact, we will be presented with taking a position on their SEPA threshold determination, and we may be in a position where we are required to lodge a placeholder comment for a potential appeal down the line.
Okay. So, you know, to that end, maybe, you know, after I'm done, Councilmember Treen can re-clarify whatever his motion is, because I think there's confusion about what the motion is. I am confused about what his motion is. I think what I'm supportive of, and if this is what Councilmember Treen's motion is, you know, we are not the experts in these fields. That is you guys. And I know you've asked this council, you've given us the lay of the land here on the traffic impacts and the concerns. And I think what I've heard from all the council members is we're concerned as well. And to that end, I think you guys take that information, and if you need a formal motion from us to say, hey, go ahead and send a letter if there's a DNS and we disagree on what that impact is, then I agree that, you know, we may need to appeal their SEPA determination if we disagree. However, I don't want to just send letters for the sake of penning letters to the district. They're listening. We all know they're sitting here listening to this meeting right now. They're hearing our concerns, right? And they're hearing us talk about appealing their SEPA. I'm hoping that helps bring them to the table to come to solutions. But if there's an impasse and we disagree on those impacts, then, you know, I think that's where you guys need to do what you know needs to be done based on what you've heard tonight. So if you know, maybe David, you can clarify exactly what you need, and maybe Councilmember Treen can clarify what his motion is, and I'll see if I can marry those up in my head, because right now I think we're premature out of the gate sending a letter, but I do want to, you know, provide feedback to the district that, hey, like, we don't agree on this traffic impact analysis. We are going to have a greater impact than what you say we're going to, and that has to be remedied.
So if I could clarify, and I appreciate Councilmember Treen's proposed motion here, and that comes from the agenda bill. And when we wrote the agenda bill, that was where we thought we were going. We were very fortunate and thankful that the district came to the table and met with us, and were able to check many boxes off the list. There are still some items left that, you know, and there are concerns that we as a community have about the site itself that we don't have any authority over, and we recognize that. And the district has heard that, and it's up to them to choose to change the design. And so I would say that the motion would be more along the lines of if necessary, authorizing the city manager to oversee a timely SEPA comment letter, depending on the timing of the district's issuance of SEPA threshold determination.
Great. If that is Councilmember Treen's motion, I will support it. So maybe Councilmember Treen can clarify if that was indeed his motion.
So that indeed was my motion, that it would be to have the city manager oversee staff in drafting this pretty comment letter or a SEPA letter if that's where it's going to end up, because we don't know, right now what letter might what might need to be written to them to say, hey, here's where you guys need to help us out. Here's how we're going to help you out. In the end, we would like it to be a win-win situation. We just don't know if it's going to be that.
So, Councilmember Treen, can I just clarify? Can you just add language in there that says if warranted, if the letter is warranted? It may not be warranted, and so I want to be crystal clear to staff that they're not running off to send a letter unless they need to.
So it could be in a timely and if warranted comment letter on behalf of the city.
Perfect. I'm good.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember Ross?
Well, Deputy Mayor covered all the ground, and I agree. And I agree with the motion as amended.
Okay, Councilmember Odell. Oh, yeah, Councilmember Odell, go ahead.
Karen, I thought you were up next.
Yeah, I was, but I'll go next, so go ahead.
Okay, well, I do think we need to send a very strong message to the Issaquah School District and even the city of Issaquah that right now this plan is not acceptable to the city of Sammamish for traffic reasons, for safety reasons. We haven't even talked about the fact there's only one entrance to this place. And thirdly, we have yet to get to the stormwater issue. And there's some major concerns that I have there about maintaining stream flowage on a year-round basis. This is going to dewater a major part of that part of the hill unless it's done properly. So I think these issues have all been raised in correspondence I've seen flying around email between council members and between residents and the council. And I would hope that we wouldn't just simply focus on traffic, but there's some other issues out there too. Public safety, if the school buses are coming up the hill, they'll be in the right lane and have to somehow get over to the left lane to make the turn into the school campus. So that's another wave in addition to the wave coming off of the southbound traffic. So there are some major flowage issues here that need to be talked about. Hydrology, traffic, safety. End of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Well, that was exactly where I was going. Nobody wants to see a delay in the school. Nobody's trying to stop the school. But this is a process that started with being a quasi-judicial process down in Issaquah, and we have the Issaquah School District being in charge of their own SEPA review. So this is not a normal process that we would see someplace. And so because of that, now we're not getting the documents and the things that we need to see till the very end. And now we're going to be told, oh, well, gosh, that could cause a delay. That's unfortunate, but that isn't necessarily our fault. So I want to go back to, some of the things that we talked about in our very first letter, and that is the ingress-egress issue that I'm still very uncomfortable with. And then we've got, Pam, I appreciate that you feel the urge that we should pick up more of the mitigation on the street, but 40th. But I got to tell you, when we're talking about taking a residential street and changing the classification possibly, I feel there's some discussion that is to be had, especially for every one of those residents that live along that road. There's a lot of people that live along that road, and to put almost double the amount of cars on that road, that's a discussion that needs to happen. And so, That to me is not something that can just be swept under the carpet as far as I'm concerned. So that, and then we've got the stormwater. So those are three very big things. And here's an issue, or here's a question for you, Mr. Pyle, is when do we need to be on record? Because with this not being a normal situation, I want to make sure that we are on record. I want to make sure that, because you know what, talk is cheap. They didn't show you anything yesterday. They told you a lot, which is great, but talk is cheap. So I want to make sure that we are on record so that we don't get to the point where, oh, well, if you would have been on record, then you would have had a chance for the SEPA review sort of thing. I just want to make sure we are on record and we don't miss that opportunity.
So that's a great question, and that I think is the part of the point of this motion, the amended motion, is that we will be given, the city manager will be given authority to supervise staff in writing and drafting of a timely letter if needed related to SEPA or to on the project generally. And the letter would be sent in response to issuance of a SEPA threshold determination based on the record they present as part of that threshold determination, or if there is no SEPA threshold determination issued and we continue to be in disagreement about the traffic impact analysis, even after collaborating in further working meetings, and we still are at odds with them over it, then we would be sending a comment letter on that, which would be a timely letter that would be related to the impasse and what we think needs to occur. We would need to be on record in both of those instances if we, in the future, want to have a placeholder for some sort of an appeal on this project. So that's really, for us, that's why we have been asking them for application for right-of-way permit. We do understand and we are sympathetic to the fact that they're trying to resolve some of the design issues before they submit application for right-of-way permit. We have already gone on record with the district via communication, which is the letter the council sent back in September, and then also with via staff communication by email to the district expressing concerns over these areas. And we've covered the same areas the council's covered tonight in communications with the district. Ultimately, we would need to see the SEPA threshold determination and the record that supports that threshold determination in order to make a very specific comment on the adequacy of that analysis and the appropriateness of that threshold determination, assuming it would be a DNS.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the last one I have for in the chat box here is Councilmember Stewart.
So thank you, David. I don't think you answered the mayor's question though. What would be the timing on this? You said that we would have a 14-day window. We generally don't ever go 14 days without a council meeting. So what would be the window when we would need to send a letter, assuming all of the worst case scenarios line up, right? Because that's really the only reason we have to send a letter is if, like, everything goes wrong, right?
There would be two scenarios where we would send a letter. One is if we feel there was some component of their SEPA analysis that was inadequate, or where their SEPA analysis resulted in a determination of non-significance that we felt was not appropriate because there was potentially a significant adverse environmental impact. That's one category where we would send a letter. The other category where we would send a letter would be is if if they hadn't issued a SEPA threshold determination and we were continuing to be in disagreement regarding transportation impacts and we were at an impasse, we would then send them a letter formally indicating what we felt the range of impacts were in order to ensure some sort of judicial appeal at a later date and time related to the project. Okay. And that could work on the other end too, because the district could apply for right-of-way permit. We could withhold right-of-way permit because we did not feel like they had adequately addressed transportation impacts. Then they could file appeal against the city for withholding right-of-way permit, in which case we would have to have gone on record already indicating our rationale for withholding permit.
Right. So what's the timing of that? When
timing, it depends on when any of those actions are set in motion. The district indicated in their initial calendar that was set in place last summer that they would be issuing a SEPA threshold determination on April 8th. That's one of the reasons why this topic showed up somewhat abruptly on your calendar. We wanted to make sure.
So what did they say yesterday? What's the new schedule?
They indicated that they wanted to do it as soon as possible. They did not have a date. Within the next few weeks is what they indicated.
Okay. And then do you really need council to give a motion to do that? Isn't this all administrative process work that you would do anyway? Like, I'm not sure why the council is weighing in here saying we should write a letter.
Well, if the city sends a letter that ultimately sets the city on a course of being in some sort of legal entanglement with the district, we want to make sure the council is aware that that is set in motion at that point in time.
But shouldn't we review that letter before it's sent anyway? Like, I guess I don't understand why we're saying we're authorizing you guys to write a letter of something that you would write a letter and give it to us to review and approve, because we shouldn't be sending a letter unless, if we're going to set ourselves on some sort of legal collision course, we should be reviewing that letter before it gets sent, no?
At least legal counsel should. Now, the issue that we have is timing. It can be challenging for staff to account for looping in a council meeting in the middle of a 14-day period that might not be centered around council meetings. And it puts staff in a very difficult position trying to ramp up material, bring it to the council when we do have many other work items. If you recall, we have a very full work plan, and we do have all of our staff at 100% capacity working on other items.
Don't doubt how busy you guys are. Not questioning that whatsoever. I guess I'm confused. On the one hand, you're saying we need to send a letter without council reviewing it. I'm saying, then why do we even have to have a motion to say you should send a letter if they're not? If the only reason we send a letter is if we feel like Issaquah isn't complying with our codes that they need to comply with. So why do you need the council to approve you sending such a letter? That seems like a purely administrative function, and the council doesn't need to weigh in on this.
So it's not just code related. It's not, not the entire traffic impact analysis is not necessarily just code related. It's related to other factors. And we can go either way with it. I'm not trying to debate it. I'm simply saying if the council identifies that this is not needed, then that's fine too.
I would say let's spend our time not writing letters. Let's spend our time working with Issaquah and Issaquah School District to find solutions. We need these schools. The kids need these schools, particularly in the fall, having more.
Point of order. Madam Mayor, is she speaking to the motion?
I am speaking to the motion.
Are we speaking to the motion that's on the floor, or are we talking about a relationship that's already there with the school district? This is simply just about whether we're going to give the city manager the oversight of his staff to draft and deliver a project letter or SEPA comment letter in a timely or as needed on behalf of the city. So it doesn't seem to me that at this point we need to talk about anything more than whether if we're going to send a letter or not. That is the motion on the floor.
Okay, let's try to add, and point taken. Councilmember Stewart, I think the point that he's trying to make was staying clear of making personal
I'm not making any
statements.
personal statements. I'm speaking directly to whether or not we should be authorizing the staff to draft the letter. And I'm saying that our time right now, as a city, to David Pyle's point, they're already maxed out at 100%. Our time would be better spent working on the solutions with the school district and with the city of Issaquah then I'm worrying about and debating about a letter. I'm speaking directly to the motion.
Okay, well, you know what, then make your point, then, because it's taking twice as much time to do that. So make your point, and let's get it on record.
My point is... She made a point. Councilmember Treen, go ahead. All right, my point is that I don't believe...
Sorry. Although, Councilmember Stewart, you've made a very good point. You've made your point. I think you've done a very good job of expressing your point and your position. And I think at this point, it's time for us to vote.
Madam Mayor, who has the floor?
Actually, I thought you were done, Councilmember Stewart. So are you done or are you not done?
I wasn't. I kept getting interrupted by Councilmember Treen, but I'll be done because that's fine.
Okay, I actually thought you were done. So Councilmember Treen, I think she is done. She's made her point, which I thought she made a very good point. And I have one other person, and then that's it. Last person to speak on this is Councilmember Odell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will try to be very brief. Number one, I think we need to give staff all the support we can do, all the tools they need to be able to deal with this situation in real time. Point number two, in doing so, I want to send a message of sorts to the Issaquah School District that they have to work with us. The council here is upset and not pleased with the product to date, and the dog will not hunt. Point number three, and David alluded to this too, we may not have a lot of reaction time, particularly if this goes later on into summer. We do not meet for 6 or 7 weeks from the middle of July through early September. And at that point, it will be very hard to get an answer out of this council. So we need to pre-authorize David and the city manager in what we want them to do. At that point, I'd like to call the question.
Thank you. Okay, so we have the motion on the floor and we had a second. Does anybody need to have a repeat of the motion?
Please.
Councilmember Treen, would you repeat your motion?
The city council direct the city manager to oversee staff in drafting and delivering of a project comment letter and or SEPA comment letter in a timely and, if needed, on behalf of the city.
Okay, was there any question to that? I believe that was accurate. And the second was Councilmember Odell, I believe?
It was.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the floor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Nay.
Okay. We have a 6-1 vote. Okay, thank you for the presentation. Good to see you, Victor. Okay, next up we have got ordinance granting exemption of Title 16 and 20 on 8 specific construction, and I believe this is you, Mr. Pyle.
Madam Mayor, it's 9:30. Is there any chance we can take like a 5-minute break?
Yes, let's take a health and safety break of, let's do 10 minutes, health and safety break, and back in 10 minutes.
Great.
Okay, Council, before we get going, I'm going to ask that we extend the meeting since it's 9:45.
So moved.
Let's extend to, well, we might as well make it 11.
I move we extend to 11 o'clock.
All right. And I'll second that. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, opposed? Ooh, we're all on board tonight. Okay. Here we go. Okay, Mr. Pyle, this one's for you.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Moran. David Pyle, Community Development. Agenda item number 3 tonight is for council consideration an ordinance that would grant exception to the new building codes adopted effective February 1st under Ordinance 2020-522, allowing the applicants the option to choose which code would apply to their project, either the old code or the new code. I'm going to see if I can make this work. Policy question is, should the City Council adopt an ordinance authorizing 8 specific construction or building permit applications that made application for transportation concurrency certificate prior to February 1, 2021, the option to vest under the construction codes in place prior to the implementation of Ordinance 2020-522. The timeline here, which I believe is what's most important to understand, is that on December 1st, 2020, Ordinance 522 passed, setting the effective date of the new codes as February 1, 2021. On January 19th, 2021, Ordinance 525 passed, establishing a new moratorium effective on January 27th, 2021, allowing new SFRs, new single-family residences on vacant lots. On January 27th, once Ordinance 525 was effective, applications for concurrency were again accepted and routed for review. And understanding that at that point in time, we had not processed many concurrency certificates. We had a new traffic engineering firm assisting with processing of traffic concurrency certificates, and we had new staff who were also responsible for the intake, review, and routing of applications for traffic concurrency certificates. So we were a little bit out of practice, and we had new staff working on it and a new consultant working on it. So we were not as fast to process those as we might have liked to be. So what happened then was we received a bundle of applications for concurrency certificate from applicants who had been waiting, hoping to get building permits in and under review before the building codes changed and took effect on February 1st. On February 1st, the new building codes became effective. On February 2nd, the concurrency certificates that came in the door were issued, so a day late. On February 3rd and forward, applicants were required to use the new codes in making building permit applications. And the issue here and the question for the council is should those applicants that attempted to get their applications in the door with the hopes that they would be able to submit complete building permit application before the code changed on February 1st be allowed to vest to the old codes, or should they be required to be subject to the new codes that were put in place under Ordinance 2020-522? Just a general overview, there was a memo circulated to the council earlier this week. I think we only had one day earlier, so yesterday, that outlined what the changes were that would be noticeable for a typical Sammamish residence, a new single-family residence in Sammamish. There was about a 10-page list of code changes. So what we tried to do was boil it down to just those that might be most noticeable to somebody trying to build a new single-family residence on a vacant lot. What it comes down to is the code changes are primarily energy efficiency related, and they're a significant factor in determining design and can add significant cost to construction. So one of the reasons why these applicants were trying to get their concurrency cert applications in the door and get those routed and turned around and issued before the new codes took effect was so that they could then file complete application for building permit prior to that code change on February 1st. So they didn't have to go through the process of redesigning their homes with their architects and engineers. And they didn't have to go through the process of bidding their projects to contractors because these people already had building plans in hand and bids in hand from contractors. So now what ends up happening is there's a limited number of applicants, 8 currently, that have not yet applied for building permit because they're trying to determine what to do in going forward. Not all of them will likely choose the old code should the council give them that option. Some of them might choose the new code. It just depends on the individual and what they're trying to achieve with their project. So the policy question again is, should the City Council adopt an ordinance authorizing 8 specific construction or building permit applicants that made application for transportation concurrency certificate prior to February 1, 2021, the option to vest under the construction codes in place prior to the implementation of the new codes? I'll turn it over to the mayor and for council discussion.
Okay, David, I had a couple of questions. And the first one was, I know that in a lot of the cities, and maybe you can help me here on how they've worded it, but they have got grandfather clauses for folks. So when these new restrictions go into place, that, you know, there's a grandfather clause to allow them to, so there's not this just hard cutoff. So these folks, this wouldn't be coming to us regardless. So can you perhaps read to me, I know Seattle does it, I know Redmond has it, I know Issaquah, so could you perhaps read to me what one of those would typically read?
Yeah, so just by way of example, what adoption looks like for some other jurisdictions when they're switching codes and there are major code updates occurring is they offer a grace period where you can choose to use either the old code or the new code for a 1-month period around adoption. That's what Seattle did, for example, with the most recent code updates. They allowed applicants the option of using the new code before it was actually made effective, and they allowed applicants the option of using the old code after the new code was made effective for a limited period of time. And what that does is construction's difficult because you don't always have all of the pieces of the puzzle to submit to make to make complete application. And you might find yourself in a position where you're trying to assemble the package, especially as a one-off mom and pop home builder. Maybe you're trying to build the home for your family. You might find that you're the one that is assembling the building permit package, and you don't have one of the required items. And in order for you to make a complete application, you need to have all 10 items, but you only have 9. And while you're waiting for that 10th item to come through, the clock has ticked down, and now you're dealing with a new set of codes. And now you have to go back and rewind and push your project back to your architect and engineer, back to construction bidding, and start that whole process over again just to get back to the point where you can make application.
Okay, thank you. And I see here that we've got where Deputy Mayor has asked for an executive session on this. But if you've got questions that we can answer outside of executive session, I'm still going to continue on, and we're going to answer those first. So, Councilmember Treen.
So David, it seems like the only difference in the ask here from the last time is you've added in, it's kind of like either the old or the new building code, like under the note part in parentheses. Is that the only real change that we're seeing from the last time this was brought forward?
That was in there the last time. In this case, the only difference is it's 8 applicants versus 11 potential applicants.
And then of those 8, are we, 2, 3, 4? Is there any idea of who would choose the old versus the new?
My guess is 4 or 5 of them would choose the old. I am aware of 3 adjacent properties that are the the top Welch, and I can't remember the other one. There's 3 properties next to each other that you've heard from those applicants before. They would very much like to use the old code, and they're ready to apply for building permit. They're just trying to figure out what to do. Another one is the Karen Malcolm property, which is off Beaver Lake, which you've probably heard from her and her architect. They would very much like to use the old. They're ready to make application. So that makes 4. I'm aware of one down off the Parkway. That's one of the ones, and they would probably use the new code because they're so far away from making application. So it really just depends on the status of the applicant and where they stand with design of their home and whether or not they've already invested in complete building sets for the purpose of building permit application.
Thank you, David.
And Councilmember Stewart?
Yeah, a couple of questions. One, you say that the primary difference is about energy efficiency. So we're talking about 50 years of environmental impact, right? So a home that is less energy efficient is going to be far more detrimental to the environment, correct?
That's correct. There is a difference in the level of carbon emission and in the level of impact to the environment for the life cycle of the building.
Okay, and houses last 50, 60, 70 years, right? I mean, we're talking about a long time. And then the other question is that we had a building moratorium, right? Or we had a concurrency certificate moratorium in place. If you can go back to the timeline. Prior to, was it January 27th you showed? And that moratorium was in place, right, prior to the 19th. That existing moratorium was going to be in place until when?
It was for 6 months, I believe.
But do you know what that end date was? Because
I can't recall offhand. I'd have to look at the actual ordinance.
Because I feel like, people knew the new codes were not a surprise, right? The new codes coming on February 1st were not a surprise to anyone, right? I mean, that was something that was working its way through the legislature and everything else. So they were well known for a long time, and
correct.
So this wasn't like this came out of nowhere and surprised anybody. So people knew there were new codes coming. There have been moratoria in place in Sammamish for a long time now. So I'm just wondering why we would want to exempt homes and have a negative impact on the environment when these new codes are intended to, protect that. That's the whole point.
And it's a policy choice for the council.
I mean, again, it's not like we're talking about like a one-time small blip. We're talking about decades of homes being more or less environmentally friendly.
Correct. It could be 4 or 5 homes, up to 8 homes that would be less environmentally friendly for the life cycle of those up to 8 homes.
Yep. Okay.
Councilmember Ross.
Yeah, David, but for the system glitches and resource challenges that you experienced at an unfortunate time, would these been timely vested before February 1st, all 8?
They could have been, and the reason for that is the way Title 14A reads is that we are able to issue up to 10 concurrency certificates prior to running the test. However, we had concern that it might not pass, so we wanted to run the test in advance of issuing those 10. So the code does give the path of issuance of up to 10 concurrency certificates under 14A, I believe, I have to look the code section up. So what would have happened then is that upon application, we would have simply turned around and issued the concurrency certificate for up to 10 single-family residences. So 10 residences would, and the initial bundle was 11. It was 10 applicants for single-family residence and 1 applicant for school addition. Rachel Carson Elementary, I believe. So what happened was the school district, the number 11, decided that they were going to use the new code. They moved on. They've applied for building permits. And then 2 of the other single-family residential applicants have decided to use the new code and have moved on and designed their homes to meet the new code. The other 8 remain unaccounted for. They haven't applied for building permit yet. Several of those have expressed interest in wanting to use the old code. They had been hopeful that we would have been able to use the provision in Title 14A allowing for the 10 concurrency certificates to be issued immediately upon receipt of application. But we were being extra cautious. The Public Works staff and Public Works leadership were being very diligent in making sure that they were running the model correctly, working with the consultant closely. The last thing we want as staff and the Public Works Department wants is to issue a concurrency certificate in error or have some sort of a misfire with that process, given the history of concurrency certificates in the city and some of the work that's gone in to ensure that process is following what we want to be following as a city.
Is that a recurring issue, or is that an issue that was one-time calibration?
I believe it to be a one-time calibration now that the new staff are acquainted with the system, now that the new consultant is acquainted with the system, now that we have awareness about where some of the deficiencies in our transportation network exist. I believe that moving forward, we will be able to bundle the 10. I believe that's a call that Jeff Elk make. I don't know if he's still here in attendance with us tonight, but I would defer to him on that, as that's his department's operation, and I want to make sure he's looped into that conversation.
Councilmember Ross, this is Jeff Elkish, Public Works Director. As David stated, we have come up to speed. Our modelators from PSI have got the model up and running where it's supposed to be. If this were to happen again, we would have found this issue when the school applied earlier in the process. But going forward, I don't see these kinds of issues presenting themselves, knowing what I know today.
Thank you.
Okay, so for clarification, David, so this group just basically got stuck for whatever reason. But I wanted a clarification on this group of, that we're looking at as contaminants for 40 or 50 years. Just to be clear, we're looking at the fact that this is a group that may be wanting a gas furnace instead of using what will be required as electric heating. Is that correct? Uh-oh. I have you on mute. There you go.
There we go. Yep. Yeah, no, I have multiple screens. I needed to find the cursor. So that is correct. That is one of the issues here is how credits work for efficiency and how homes are designed to account for those credits. So there's decision making that goes into the design of a home. And there may be a decision that's required as a result of the credit requirements for those homes. I would have to bring our building services manager into the conversation. I'm not a building code expert. I can try my best, but I don't want to make errors in what I'm saying, so I apologize for that.
Yeah, because I'm trying to get, before we start saying, oh, we can't do that because they're going to hurt our environment, I want to make sure that we're talking about the fact that these are people that want gas heat instead of electric heat, which may cost them a fortune. And they'll be swearing at us every month when they pay that bill. And, then people that would like to have a gas stove versus an electric. So for anybody who cooks, that makes a huge difference. Or if they have teenagers, a gas, hot water heater. So I'm just trying to see what exactly we are preventing, what exactly the damage we are doing to the environment is. And so do you have somebody who could perhaps answer that for me?
Not currently here with us tonight. I could refer back to the memo that was provided on that, but I'm not equipped to answer the finer details around exactly what the changes are. They are the high level details are provided in the memo that was drafted by our building services manager.
Okay. And then Deputy Mayor, I know do you still want executive session, or did you want to just ask a question?
I absolutely do. Yes, no, I want to go into executive session. And with that, I think we need to allow Councilmember Stewart back there. She cannot accurately vote on items and be excluded from executive session. So
I would agree with that. Did you also have a question that you wanted to ask here?
No, my question is, can we please go to executive session?
Okay, let me see if anybody else has got any questions they'd like to ask here. Has anybody else got any questions they wanted to ask here of David?
Do we need a different link here? Or the one that was sent out before?
You need to know, yep, the link has been sent. In your email?
Okay.
I think we need a motion to allow Councilmember Stewart into executive session. So I move that we allow Councilmember Stewart into executive session.
I second it.
I second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
I don't think there's any opposed. Opposed? Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, so Lisa, I'm going to need a number from you for executive session.
She just left.
Isn't it on our email?
Yes, the link is in our email. So I'm not sure. Lisa's probably already over there.
I believe it is I. Okay. Yes, so can you want to repeat what it is?
The code will be RCW 4230-10, bracket 1 and I.
See you all in executive session.
Yes, we'll see you on the other side. Okay. We are returning from executive session. Okay. And the last I have in the chat box was Councilmember Treen. Did you still have a comment to make? I think you're froze. Oh, no.
He's not frozen, Karen.
Oh, okay.
He may be muted.
Oh.
Well, now he's gone.
Oh, yeah, he was having an issue. Okay, let's wait for him to come back on. We're still having problems with the system tonight.
The color on my camera is all screwed up.
Okay, Councilmember Treen.
That the city council authorize a Can you hear me?
You're kind of fading in and
Hello?
out, so I really could not hear. So I'm going to have to ask you to repeat. I'm sorry.
I just here.
I could only hear part of it.
Same here.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you.
Yeah.
I move that the City Council adopt an ordinance authorizing a specific construction or building permit application that made application for transportation concurrency certificate prior to February 1st, 2021. The option developed under the construction code put in place prior to the implementation of Ordinance 02020-522 that took into effect on February 1st, 2020.
Okay, I'll second that. And we have questions in the chat box. So, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, normally I would default to Councilmember Treen to speak to his motion, but I think since we barely got through the motion, that might be a tall ask right now. So I appreciate the fact that the new building requirements, have a burden on applicants moving forward. However, governing by exception is something that we as council have been constantly coached is not the way to go. And so unfortunately, I will not be supporting this motion.
Councilmember Ross. Oh, Councilmember Ross, I believe you are on mute. Excellent.
Thank you, Mayor. The new state rules came in effect in 2018. We're discussing 2018 and then finalized in December 2012, December 2020, and effective February 1st. We worked very hard to get these applicants exempted from, or exempted, I guess is maybe that's not the right word, but from the moratorium. So they enabled them to proceed and seek a concurrency certificate. However, there was a risk that we very well may not have done the concurrency certificate. So we're moving a lot of parts around and manipulating our ordinances and vesting definitions. And as Deputy Mayor mentions, a bright line. And I'm concerned about doing that in precedence, because maybe it's a 300 property in the future, 300 units that are asking for this disposition. I think if there could be improvements perhaps in the future on defining the time of permit application to review of a concurrency certificate, but that's not part of this discussion. And even in the best case scenario, it was very questionable whether we could have achieved it in a timely manner in 3 to 4 days, even at best case scenario. Even the current completion on February 2nd is likely a pretty fast turnaround on these. So I don't know, David, is that correct to say that February 2nd was still a fast turnaround, or Jeff? Correct. Yeah,
that's correct.
Okay. So for all those reasons, and to maintain the integrity of the bright line, I really try not to rule by ordinance by exception, and so I think we need to stay with our current ordinance, and therefore I'm going to reluctantly vote no on this one, although I'm very sympathetic to the households that are, or the units that are being built by residents of Sammamish. I'm very sympathetic, but there was many opportunities to go much worse, and the moratorium could have continued, and we'd be in a much different discussion.
Okay. Seeing no other comments, I'm going to go ahead and call for the question. We have a first, we have a second. All those in favor, actually, could you just do a roll call on this?
Mayor Karen Moran.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Christy Bouchow.
Nay.
Councilmember Ken Gamblin.
Nay.
Councilmember Tom Odell.
Nay.
Councilmember Chris Ross.
Nay.
Councilmember Pamela Stewart.
It
looks like she was having issues too.
Councilmember Kent Treen.
Aye.
So we just need Councilmember Stewart.
She's back.
Yep, she's back.
Maybe.
Councilmember Stewart.
Nay. Sorry, I got booted.
Okay.
Yes, saw that. Okay. So it was a 5-2 vote. Motion does not pass. Okay. Or 2-5, yes. So I apologize to those that were looking for that. Okay. The next up is, okay, so once again, it is a little before 11. We would have to extend, so does somebody want to try to do that?
I move to extend to 11:30, Madam Mayor.
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second to extend to 11:30. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Me? Nay?
Nay.
Was there just two of us? I think there's just two. All right, we're working on it. All right, so we're going to 11:30.
Okay. Mayor, this is Jeff Ellickish, Public Works Director. I'd like to introduce Doug McIntyre, our planning. I can't even say it. I'm getting tongue-tied here, Doug. Sorry about that. Our transportation planner will be making the presentation tonight. The purpose of this item is to begin the annual process to consider updating and reviewing and updating our transportation improvement plan. With that, Doug has put together a short little presentation. We've given you information in the packet, and we look forward to dialogue and discussion at the end of the presentation. Doug, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jeff. Doug McIntyre here, Transportation Planner for the City of Sammamish. As Jeff mentioned, we're here to talk to you today about the Transportation Improvement Plan, better known as the TIP. And this time we're talking about the 2022-2027 version of the TIP. So Jeff and I are going to kind of go over the background on the TIP, current status. We're going to hit on the proposed plan to adopt the TIP. We'll talk about upcoming dates and milestones. And then we'll turn it over to discussion and seeking input and direction on next steps here. So before we get too far, we wanted to cover some of the basic kind of foundational elements of what we're doing and what the TIP is. So the TIP is something that's required of all cities in Washington, and the TIP must cover a 6-year time period. It's a planning document. It is updated annually. It's required to be consistent with our comprehensive plan. And it's a requirement for grant eligibility as well. Importantly here on that second to last bullet is that it's a document that does not establish expense authority. So we are not funding projects through the TIP. we are simply doing advanced planning for capital projects related to transportation. Jeff and I wanted to also cover this 12-month cycle that we're trying to get us on. As you know, this is Jeff and my first time doing the TIP in the city of Sammamish, so we're trying to get the process straightened out. We're trying to improve the process. We're trying to get onto a normal 12-month cycle, so that this is just a rote exercise. It's an administrative type of exercise, but we got to do some work to get there. So this slide is really to give you an overview of kind of the process here. So we start at the beginning of the year and really the first quarter of each year with a review of data. And that would mostly be traffic counts, but it also would include modeling data and collision analysis, that kind of thing. So we start that in the beginning of the year, and every year in April we do take new traffic counts, and we update some of that data. So it'd be allow for some comparison, but really just kind of level set ourselves and understand what we have, what are the needs in the city, what are the needs in the transportation system. That would then lead us into May and June, which we would do some of the preliminary planning in May. On the TIP, we meet internally, we meet with finance, we would meet with our CIP engineers, and we go over what we want on the list for that ensuing 6 years. Later in June, we would then bring it to council as a draft. We open a public hearing as required by state law, and then toward the end of June, we'd adopt the TIP. After adoption and within 30 days of adoption of the TIP, you're required to submit it to WSDOT. So in the state law, it requires that to be submitted by July 1st. So following that, we can kind of broaden the scope of the conversation internal to the city from transportation to all capital needs. So we fully recognize that transportation capital is one slice of the pie. There's parks capital, there's facilities, there's all kinds of different capital needs that the city has. So the TIP, while it would be kind of, sewed up in July, it would actually feed into a much broader conversation about where the city is at. That would then lead into our budgeting conversations and toward the later part of the year. And as you know, this is where the rubber meets the road, and this is where capital projects would get funded for each biennium. So this is where we want to be. Again, we're not quite there yet. We're trying to get there. But as it stands right now, I wanted to go into where we're at currently. And this is not necessarily a discussion on any details of the EIS process, but it is important to note that we are currently developing an EIS related to evaluating impacts for amendments to the roadway segment and corridor level of service standards. So that's important because last year in 2020, we did not adopt a 2021-2026 TIP given the EIS effort. And so therefore, the last adopted version of the TIP is the 2020-2025 version. The EIS will identify growth-related transportation projects for the city to be able to enact the segment and corridor level of service. So we have this kind of growth-related issue that we're dealing with. So this is the meat of the presentation tonight, which is that we wanted to get council's input on our plan to adopt the 2022-2027 TIP. So we proposed this two-phase approach. And the first phase would be that we would develop a TIP that does not include any growth-related projects. It only includes projects that are very likely to be built regardless of any outcomes of the EIS. It would focus on much smaller projects. It would focus on things like sidewalk completion, gap projects. We might be able to look at some intersections. We might be able to do some design and studies, but we're not going to be doing a whole lot of capital projects under this first phase. And then the second phase, we would then wait until the issuance of the final EIS, and then we would include those growth-related projects that are identified in that EIS. We would then adopt an amended TIP. We'd hold a public hearing so that we could get public feedback, and then we would move forward. Important note here is that we did confer with our city attorney on this, and Lisa does support this approach. specifically because the RCW authorizes multiple revisions to the TIP at any time. The only requirement is that you hold it under. So the next couple slides are just assuming that the approach identified here is amenable to the council. This is what we would plan for the upcoming sessions with council to get to an adopted TIP. So we come back in May, on May 11th at a study session, and we'd have a more informational discussion with council on, we would also include finance staff for this presentation. We talk about revenues, financing options available to the city. We'd also talk about project costs and design parameters, and I'll get into that in a second here. We then would really develop the draft TIP between or following the May 11th date, and we target June 1st for presenting the draft TIP to the council. We also open the public hearing on that date, and then we come back on June 15th to potentially adopt the TIP. Again, this is just ideal schedule based on assumptions of the previous slide being okay with council. If that is the case, again, the next steps we would take would be to review council input from tonight. We would adjust our approach as needed. Then we'd work internally with our CIP team. We would refine the project list. We'd also be working parallel to that with the finance department to refine financial data and revenue data. We'd also look at grant opportunities so that we could be really clear with council in the draft TIP about what projects we think are eligible for grants and the likelihood of those projects being successful for grant applications. Then we would begin the development of the 2022 and 2027 TIP. We would sort of finalize that draft. Then we, as you see here, hold the public hearing and then work toward adoption and transmittal to WashDOT. So again, that's assuming that the approach is okay with council. So now I'd like to just kind of end it with 3 questions for council to consider in this discussion and providing feedback to the staff. We want to kind of take this in a stepwise fashion. So 1, most importantly, is does council support a phased approach of the TIP as we outlined? And then 2 is assuming that that is okay, what level of cost estimating and revenue forecasting does the city council desire for the TIP? In your agenda bill, there's a little bit more detail on this question. There's a few options. You could look at sort of a ballpark figure, which we would say is kind of an order of magnitude type of estimate. And that would be plus or minus 50% on the project costs. We can also look at updating previous information that we do have. So for the draft TMP, which was not adopted, but a lot of work was done to get the draft ready. So we do have cost estimates from that. We could update those. We could also look at obtaining new cost estimates. Of course, that probably is the most costly and probably has the most schedule impacts, but we can certainly look into that. And then the final question here is, what are the street standards that council wants staff to include for these projects? So the reason why this is a question is because in the past, every project has idiosyncrasies and unique conditions that require deviations from standards a lot of times. But ideally we would be using we would be building all of our roads to our standards, regardless of the unique circumstances. So in the public works standards, which were adopted at the end of 2016, there are road sections, diagrams in the standards. For instance, principal arterial 5-lane section, curb gutter sidewalk, planter strip, that kind of thing. So we are looking for a little bit of feedback on that, because those do impact project costs. So with that, I will turn it over to Mayor Moran.
Thank you, Doug. I'm looking in the chat box, and let me see if I've got anything. Okay, so let me look for, okay, so I'm going to go back up here. So I'm going to look at, hang on, I got to go back to where I think I had. Okay, I'm going to.
It's Councilmember Odell.
I'm going to start with who I think was in the chat box first. So I'm going to start with Deputy Mayor.
No, it's actually Councilmember Odell. He was before me.
Okay, Councilmember Odell.
Unmuting. Hi, Doug. Thanks for the synopsis of everything here. A couple of questions. First of all, I know we did not adopt the TIP, but the last version I have available to me was the one that was in the June 23rd, 2020 meeting. Is that about right?
So that one was never adopted. The process had started with council, and then it was put on hold given the EIS and given legal advice.
But that's where we left off, correct?
Yes, that is where it was left off, even though it was not adopted. So the last adopted version we have is the 2020-2025 too.
Okay. Would we start with the one that was last adopted or the one that was never adopted?
We default to the 2020-2025 tip since that was the last adopted one, yeah.
Okay. Could you get me a hard copy of that and stick in my mailbox, please? Thank you.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, another thing, I think our public works standards actually drive a fair amount of the cost in whatever we do. I'm not sure at this point we want to get into that, but I think that's a future item for discussion by the council. Particularly, maybe we can't afford to do some of these things because we don't have enough dollars. But I guess my other question is there anything coming down the pike in the CARES Act or anything else, including Biden's infrastructure program, however that winds up, that could affect the timing on what we do?
I'll take a stab at that. We just received this week, in fact, it was just today, a call for projects from PSRC, and it's to get projects in the federal queue for the next go-around. And PSRC will be the ones doling out the federal contributions that come, through some distribution formula typically, or through, as we heard, through Sound Transit, through direct appropriations, in various programs. And so it is timely that we begin the process to update our, TIP. That program actually has a deadline of May 6th, I believe May 7th, that we need to put any projects in. And I've not looked at the criteria, but typically in the past, we need an updated or a active TIP. And so we're just now beginning the process to figure out what those requirements are. And we'll likely be coming back to the council to suggest projects that ought to go into that list once I find out what the criteria is. I did send out an email right before the meeting, about there's an upcoming meeting that staff will be attending.
Okay, good. Having now have the benefit of the discussion about the new school this evening, there's a lot of stuff that was in that I don't think anyone had thought of before in terms of a TIP. So however this thing winds up going could affect what we do and what order we do it in.
That's a great comment. One of the things that just hit me tonight, and I'll love to have a conversation with our staff as well as our consultant team, is, turning the table around on that project and looking at it from a systems completion standpoint. Mm-hmm. From 43rd in Issaquah, from that location at that signal coming up the hill to the intersection of Pine Lake Road and 228 is a likely competitive corridor type project with 3 funding partners, in the mix. The school district has to do do their share of frontage. Now you've got leverage for match funds. We may look at the approach that the council may want to take for participation towards the project. And a project like that may score well both in a TIB venue as well as, the federal buckets that may be out there as well. So, when we start talking about where do we need to, go next, that could be a project that we bring forward to the council for consideration. Given the circumstances wrapped around what's occurring in our transportation network, as well as the potential partnerships, that are inadvertently can be formed in a corridor project such as that one.
Okay. So from my knothole, it's almost looking like we need to do the two things simultaneously. We need to identify the near term, which is the 6-year stuff, and maybe some things that were formerly long range get moved into the 6-year scope because of things. And then we need to kind of develop a ranking for everything else behind it and figure out, in the light of circumstances today, what we really need to do. I mean, does Issaquah Falls City Phase 2 still stack up compared to doing something else sooner than later? I have questions like that. And I think we need to, as a council, develop a means of doing this fairly expeditiously. Doug, could you go back to that time chart, that timeline?
Yes. Yeah, give me 1 second. Oh, this one?
Yeah. I think we could probably do both the first and second phases of the EIS here almost.
What do you mean by first and second phases of the EIS?
I'm sorry, I may be misspeaking here. Yeah, on your note of March 12th, Doug, you were talking about a 6-year TIP and then a further out of something beyond 6 years.
Oh, yes, the agenda bill?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So can we run parallel efforts in this context?
You mean for the 6-year plan and then a future or a potentially 12 or 18-year plan? Is that what you're referring to, Councilman?
Yes, because I don't think you can divorce them.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. I think I don't want to speak for Jeff, and Jeff, you can clarify if you'd like to, but I think by doing this, by breaking it apart into 2 phases, I think the idea is that we would do kind of really focused work on the most near-term needs, given the revenues that we expect. I do think it's important to keep our eye on the longer range lists and prioritization for those lists or for those projects in that list. I think that takes a lot of public input to be able to prioritize and identify long-range projects. But I think it's something we can look into. So I don't know, Jeff, if you'd like to add to that.
I think the point is well taken. There's the near term, which is what we're trying to get done by July of this year, if possible, if the council wants to, take it on that way. But running a concurrent activity, would like to see some more guidance around that or some more input from the council of what they're expecting. And, if there's going to be community involvement, what form does the council want that to take? There could be a committee form of some kind. I don't know exactly, but these are some things we need to hear from the council on.
I would, this is Dave, I would also caution that this is a very fuzzy time. We are looking at a tip that is not in conflict with the EIS. And I want to remind the council that we stopped the tip process last year because we didn't want to prejudice the outcome of the EIS because of the potential litigation with the Growth Management Hearing Board as well as STCA. So we stayed away from that. And so it's good to have a long-range picture, but we're in this fuzzy time here, for a lack of another sophisticated word, that we'll catch up to doing all of that. But right now, we want to stay focused on projects that are steering away from directly growth, traffic management, and that sort of thing that is beyond the scope of what staff has just identified in this agenda bill.
Okay. I will leave it at that.
Okay, following Councilmember Odell, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. Can you go back to the 3 questions you guys were seeking answers on?
Yes. Give me 1 second. There we go.
Great. So I think I'm fine with the phased approach that you outlined, but I have some clarifying questions that are rooted in your question 2 and 3. So, so the EIS is supposed to be completed in approximately October of 2021, and I think that's best case scenario. So, you know, it could be longer. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So if that's the case, my question is, are we planning to amend the TIP to add the capital projects on? Because at that juncture, let's just pretend it goes a little late. We're 6 months away from readopting a TIP anyway. We've already passed our budget, and it would be very challenging, I think, to be informed about revenue forecasting for an ever-changing TIP. So what is staff envisioning with that? I'm not sure I'm clear on that.
Deputy Mayor, we are planning on modifying the TIP. That's the long-range goal. Is you're correct. This EIS could likely nudge longer, and then we've got to go through that whole process of vetting, and we're back to about the same time frame preparing for the next TIP. So we might do it early. It might be on time. It's difficult to say.
Well, when you say it might be early and it might be on time, I'm not sure I'm clear. So we have to pass our TIP by July 1. So if we pass a TIP this year in July 1, but it's this phased approach and we only have the kind of sidewalk-esque version on in the first pass, my question is, if we go back and amend the TIP after the EIS, when we understand what the capital projects are supposed to be, we're looking at being, you know, December, January maybe. And is it, as a council member, I think it's very difficult to have a discussion at the mid-buy for the purposes of budgeting, and it's very challenging to answer these other questions, or at least the question about cost estimating and revenue forecasting, when we're doing the small bite on the TIP up front. The large bite is obviously the big capital projects. So I'm not sure how to answer question 2, I guess, because I'm not sure if we're amending our TIP or if we're just going to do another TIP in the second, you know, for the 2023-2028 TIP.
I think we have to just go in with the assumption that we don't have all of the information, and it is challenging times, and we just have to adapt to that with the best information that we have available at the time.
Okay.
There is no good prediction here.
So then, to answer question 2, I don't think there is an answer. I can't answer a question on cost estimating and revenue forecasting, not knowing what we're looking at for projects, and of course we don't know what we're looking at for projects until the EIS is complete, and those are going to be the big projects to which we need to do cost estimating and revenue forecasting. Pretending that you might be doing some of that regardless, because your third question is, does the City Council want staff to use the adopted street standards? I don't know what else you'd use, I guess. I do understand that there are sometimes that, you know, opportunities where we end up having to make changes to our own public works standards in certain cases, like if we're trying to preserve trees, for an example. But typically that shrinks roadways, in which case that's less asphalt, that's less costly. So I would say, you know, if you use the adopted street standards, and maybe staff can correct me if my thinking is incorrect and somehow not using the adopted street standards would make it more costly, but typically we have a standard road width for any given classification of roadway. And if you shrink that, you would have to, give yourself a pass to do that. Less asphalt, less cost, only if you are making it wider. So I would say yes, use the adopted street standards.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, Councilmember Treen, followed by Councilmember Ross.
Yes, I support the phased approaches out. Actually, what I think we should do, to be honest, is that you should take this first tip that needs to come back and be ready for submission. Should be, let's see, REAP money is what, $3 million a year times 6 years, that's $18 million. So build me a TIP that has $18 million worth of projects on it that doesn't impact or hurt or dictate what you want to get from the EIS.
So that would be like a floor, so to speak?
Yeah, so that's, because and I'm just looking at it going, I kind of get an idea of $1 million for, sidewalks, and how much is that, even if we just did that East Lake Shore Lane, you're probably almost done, right, with a year's budget. So probably, okay, so you guys can figure that out. But that's what I would do for this tip, knowing full well, like the deputy mayor said, so not to keep repeating the same thing, knowing full well it's going to change. So that leads to this cost estimate. I would say that until we get the EIS, if you're going to do any kind of cost, I would 50%. Whatever number you come up, it's probably going to cost us double. I mean, just take a look at some of the projects we've done around the city. So that's not going to probably scare us then. It shouldn't. As far as revenue forecasting, does the city council desire for the tip? Even going into the mid-budget, it's like we still have property tax. Hey, I would be super curious as to if we had to do a $28 million, $30 million road project, what kind of utility tax would I have to? I mean, not that I want to do a utility tax, but that'd be one way to fund it. Look at councilmatic bonds. There's another one I would hate to have to touch too, but if I can have a project done, paid now, and pay for it later, and we could actually make the finances work around all that, and that's an errand job, then I'd say take a look at that stuff. So as far as revenue forecasting, those would be the 2 or 3 areas I would look at. Does the city want staff to use adopted street standards? Yes. Use the standards, please. I think there are some exceptions that, Doug, you took us on a tour back when I first got on the council. There are certain roadways we know, come on, why would we put a bike lane on the downhill side of a Snake Hill Road when it should be on the uphill side? Okay, so there's some real obvious ones in the city due to our topography. Let's be smart on the obvious ones. If a project came in and the number was so astronomical, it's $60 million, right? But I could fix the problem with a different standard, then at least entertain that idea, right? Because we understand. I think there's nobody on this council that, I think after the budget we just passed, right, and with the legal case we're in, we're not doing a $50 million project or a $30 million project in the next year. and maybe two. So how about look at design or feasibility studies and have them on the shelf ready to go when we're ready to move. That would be another place I'd spend some money. All right, I've said enough. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hope that's helpful.
Yes,
thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, next up I have got Councilmember Ross.
Thank you. Dave, I know Aaron's not here, but I wanted to bring this up. We have a decade winning streak on being honored for the Certificate of Achievement from the Government Finance Officers Association, and they've upped the ante and have new suggestions or requirements that may include a multi-year budget process, and one time period mentioned, ironically, is 6 years. I would love us to align this TIP with a revenue and expense forecast budget for 6 years, start that process, and maybe learning in the early stage, but if we start right away, we can do a pretty good assessment and layer in the TIP into the budget for the 6 years, and then leave a line item that is funding shortage. Don't try to solve the problem, whether you have a bond or any other taxes. Just layer in what is the shortage, and then it helps us move around the TIP to either minimize the shortages and or proactive think in advance what kind of revenue sources we may need in a 6 year period with our priorities. The last thing I want to do is put any project into our TIP that is going to be used, that's not going to be done, that's going to be used for concurrency certificates and so on, because that's just not realistic. So I want a realistic TIP that it goes out 6 years matching up with revenue and expense forecasting, so a 6 year budget. Start that process now. This is a great opportunity to use the TIP as something to layer into that first 6 year forecast for the city. So I'd love to see that, Dave.
All right, I've made a note of that, and that would probably fit into doing the forecast that we talked about doing to get a 4-6 year financial forecast that is sustainable for the overall city budget. So all of those factors, because they all take into consideration how to finance it, what our tax base is, what it would be forecasted to do. So if I'm on track with that, please let me know, and I'll discuss it with him. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to finish up with everybody in the first rounds because we're going to start running out of time. So Councilmember Stewart, and then I'm going to let Councilmember Gamblin. So Councilmember Stewart.
Thank you. A couple of things. One, I think that as we move forward to do planning, we need to do a lot more planning when we do these things. We know that planning these road projects, there's a lot of, sometimes there are studies and geological studies that have to go into it. There's a lot of modeling. We find ourselves back on our heels often because opportunities arise and we don't have something sitting on the shelf or something close to ready to move forward. So I think we've been incredibly remiss. I think skipping a year of having a TIP has only put us even further behind. There will be no funding from the CARES Act that could be used for this type of project, but the American Rescue Plan funding may, and I know that that's the next item on our agenda where we'll talk about some of that, and hopefully there will be an infrastructure funding bill that's coming from the federal government that will offer us more funds. But we need the infrastructure. We have kicked the can down the road, pun intended, for way too long. We know that we have projects we need to do, and we need to stop putting them off. So I'm not really happy with a phased approach because I think we need to go full steam ahead on looking at all these things. You know, we know where we have failures. We know where we have things that are potentially failures or on the verge of failing. Why we wait to start planning those projects until years after they fail is beyond me. Let's just get to it. Let's just start working on it. Let's look at things more holistically. right? We don't have a transportation master plan, so we look at things piecemeal. At what point are we going to look at the whole city as a transportation system and look at all of the options? Like, what if we had a shuttle that ran from various points down to Marymore Park when the light rail opens? How would that affect our traffic flow, right? Even if we get a park and ride, that isn't going to work for everybody. So what are all of the options that we can look at to improve moving people within the city and to the transit points? I mean, we need to look at all of that. We haven't done that for a really long, we haven't ever done that, right? We've never had a transportation master plan. To me, that's just negligent on our part. So I think we need to be looking at all of these things. In terms of funding, I've been saying for a couple of years, interest rates have been incredibly low. We are going to miss our opportunity to borrow money for nearly free and be able to pay that back over a 20-year period. I think we need to be looking at that and moving on that. Interest rates are already rising. They're only going to go higher. They have nowhere to go but higher. So we really need to look at that. If we're going to do it, we should do it now. We probably should have done it 2 years ago when literally the interest rate was practically zero. We shouldn't miss this window. This is a huge opportunity for our city to look at how we can fund these things. So, and again, let's be creative. I think that we need to start with the road standards, but I think that you guys are smart. I think you're really capable. So I know, for example, when we were looking at Sahali, some of it doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't necessarily make sense to do a full set of bike lanes and sidewalks on both sides of the road all the way up and down Sahali. There may be ways to propose something that says we can get the same functionality by doing sidewalks on one side or bike lanes on just one side or whatever, right? So I think you should start with the street standards, but then where it makes sense, where there might be a place where it makes sense to pull back or do something different or more creative, then please bring those ideas to us because, again, this is what you do. You're professionals and you're smart people, so help us out.
Okay, council members, it is the bewitching hour again. It's 11:30. We're going to need to extend if we are going to continue.
Number 12.
Okay, who said that?
Was Ken.
Ken. Okay, what did you say? Because we couldn't hear you here.
I said extend to 12.
He said extend to 12. Oh, I'm not hearing a second.
Move to adjourn?
I'll second that.
I'll second that. Gamblin, send in your answers to Jeff.
Okay, well, we've got a motion and a second for adjournment on the floor. So all those in favor say aye.
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 All right, motion passes. Wow.
Well, thanks, everyone. We appreciate your input.
All right.
Good night.
So,
Good night, Doug.
and Doug, if you want to hold on for just a second, I'll give you my answers and then I'll leave you alone for the night. But excellent, meeting's over. Night, guys.
Thank you.